Okay, with that, we are once more live. Welcome to another stream of Buddah and XioniX playing games poorly. Tonight, we're going to be continuing with some Satisfactory. And we're actually playing on Epic Games, in case Commander decides to show up. Or Commander and his death crate.
I'm sure he didn't have much of value on that, so.
That death crate is nowhere near Commander. I don't know what the fuck's in that death crate. Probably need to go investigate that. Let's go together, chat.
Through the poison clouds. Whee! Seriously, hypertube cannon is the only way to travel.
It's clearly the best way to travel. I am sneaking. Not sure what the fuck he was doing all the way over here.
Alright, so goal has been met. U-1000.
Working on your full automation project?
Yeah, just seeing where everything's at.
Yeah, my inventory is mostly full. Looks like I got a decent spread here, so a light on concrete, but I want to say I was probably heading back to Supercomputer land. I wasn't kind enough to leave myself a note this last time. Fucking past XioniX being a lazy cunt.
Well, to be fair, we had some game interruptus going on. But yeah, no, I was like, okay, I know I was running towards the hypertube cannon. Don't exactly remember why. But one of our slow processes are done. I just know that I made a mistake because I was focused on nitrogen gas. Nitrogen gas is required for the cooling system. Cooling system requires rubber and heatsink. Heatsink is alclad aluminum and copper sheets. And we need 200 cooling systems. And we need it for fused modular frames, which require heavy modular frames, aluminum casing, and nitrogen gas, all of which is vastly away from each other.
Yeah. As per tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I didn't start shit over here. The only thing I put down was the goddamn hypertube cannon.
Yep, means you couldn't fuck it up then. And turbo motors, which we need 50 of.
The hell do we need to make turbo motors?
For the elevator.
What do we need to make them?
4 cooling systems, 2 radio control units, 4 motors, and 24 rubber. And we need to be able to make 50. So 110 rubber. Yeah, it is 0. No, that'd be 1,200 rubber. That won't be an issue. That's 200 motors, 100 radio control units, which is a hefty one, and 200 radio or cooling units, which we need cooling systems for the turbo motor and for the
And the cooling systems is what you're talking about that needed nitrogen.
Oh, wait a minute. No. I'm lying. That is required for the airship. So that'll give us particle enrichment. So it's our current science project, not our elevator.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we haven't even started on the goddamn elevator.
But this is the very last thing that we can research. And it will give us nitric acid, non-fissile uranium, nuclear pasta, which is going to be required. So, needs to be done, but not high priority at the moment. Director working on that, so then we need supercomputers, but that's essentially done. Mag, whoopsie. Field generator requires electric control rods and versatile frames. That one's actually fairly easy. I might be able to get that done just now.
Doing stuff now is always nice.
Nip this in the bud.
Just fuck this, bud.
I'm gonna do the math, and I'm gonna make a note.
You know, that should always be concerning when Buddha starts doing math.
Seriously. Problem is, since I was built for travel at the moment, I now have no
Math skills?
open inventory space. Okay. So. Yep. So we need versatile frames, and we need control rods. And we need another assembler.
Slide. Oh. Pack of spitters. Oh, shit. That's a mama.
I believe in you.
She was a dumb mama.
Not the mama.
As per tradition, I will now carry the corpses of the fallen around in my inventory.
Where else would you keep corpses?
I don't know. Maybe on the ground?
No.
Yeah, that is just kind of silly talk, isn't it?
We're not animals. We live in a society.
You don't just leave bodies.
Automation, storage.
You know, your giant light to the sky this way, stupid. This actually was a really good idea.
Thank you. Alright, so copper sheets, quick wire. Wire's over yonder. Alright, if there's any children watching, you might want them to cover their ears because I'm about to start to pretend I know math.
Earmuffs.
So that's 4,000, maybe overkill, but we'll see.
One motor short.
Alright, so I need 500 electric magnet. Okay, so
Doggo! I will pet you. Okay.
alright, so 1,000 of those required. Two AI limiters. It's one AI limiter, so I'm mathing bad.
Of course you're mathing bad, Buddha. You suck at math.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think the answer is 1500.
I thought the answer was 42.
Well, that's for secret to everything.
This isn't a secret to everything.
Let's see, layout. So,
Alright.
1000 AI limiters. 2000. 1000, 2000. Wait. Yeah. 20 per, then 20 times. No. That's 20,000.
Yep. Start mathing now. Apparently I did not bring enough motors for this particular job. At least I brought enough raw materials to make motors while I was here, though. AI limiter, high speed connector, plastic. Circuit board cable, plastic. So I'm going to need a fair amount of plastic.
And I need 5,000 copper sheets.
And I don't know if I necessarily want to make all plastic. Fuel. Residual fuel uses heavy oil residue. Residual plastic requires water. I have plenty of water over here. So if I made fuel, I could use the residual plastic recipe. Then I could expand our power infrastructure while still creating the plastic I need. Factory. Quick wire cable circuit. Cable plastic. circuit boards, plastic and copper sheet. But I can get away with copper sheet and silica if we have silica around. Need copper sheet and quick wire. The AI limiter. Assembly director system. Where's supercomputers? Fuck you, game.
Yep. And that's where I'm already working on the adaptive control unit, so we should be more than halfway done on that.
Got it. Alright. And
So I need 1,500 stators, assuming I was remotely close on my mathing.
I need a fuck ton of goddamn motors.
It sounds about right. I'm done stealing motors, so they should be backing up on all yours. Okay, stators. Nope, I went the wrong way. Shit. Whee! Parachutes can still air brake, so I'm good.
Yeah. Ready for beer when you are, sir.
Yeah. Gonna need a sec.
Wait a tick. I didn't finish the cannon.
That's just lazy.
Seriously, what the fuck was I even doing? I guess that's what ultimately drove me to go home. Was I ran out of supplies for hypertube cannon. That would also explain why I am woefully short on motors. That wasn't my objective when I went home.
5, so 2,500.
Power line.
Divide by 2, so 125.
Oh. Bad.
God damn it.
No, yeah, this is aluminum.
Fives. Two 1,500. $2,500 to get 2 apiece. So I'm gonna need. So I'm gonna need 1,250 modular frames.
It's a lot of modular frames. This is where motors are. Have my ass load of motors.
Shit, I'm gonna use a calculator. I'm not gonna brain that one.
Brain herdy.
So I need 1,250 versatile frames constructed, and I need 12 steel beams per. So I need 15,000 steel beams.
Those are rookie numbers.
I know, but I'm also full automating, so. So, let's see what I can get at least currently for modular frame.
See, I got my motors. I said just go back.
Oh, good. Mostly full. It's been a while since I stole. 100, 200. 800 is a good place to start. So, what's that channel called again? Viva Dirt?
Yeah, Viva Dirt League.
Yeah. Came out with a video, I believe, today that just totally came to mind, where over encumbrance. And I know I'm about to go grab
I just called the Fix-It doctors.
a
They
couple
told me there
stacks
is
of
definitely
thousands
no
of
danger
steel
from
beam and
repeat
just,
exposure to these
run back to
signals.
base.
In
Gotcha.
fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
Alright, so I suppose the million-dollar question here is, do I make plastic and then residual fuel, or do I make fuel and then residual plastic?
So that's 3,000 right there, which means 1/5 of what I need.
Two plastic, 1 meter heavy oil, 6 meter heavy oil for fuel. Fuel. Use 6 oil to get 4 fuel and 3 resin. Much. 1 meter. So 3 meters crude oil to 1 meter heavy oil residue. Residue takes 6 meters heavy oil residue to 4 meters fuel. So that's 18 oil to get 4 meters of oil. Where I get 6 meters crude to 4 meters fuel, 30 resin. Six resin stick. I feel like it's better to make fuel and then residual plastic. But maybe I split the difference on this one. Two fuel, residual plastic, and 2 plastic, residual fuel. Grabbing you a beer, Buddha, whether you want it or not.
Got it.
I know, I'm a bad friend.
You are. You're an enabler.
Fucking ain't right.
You could take a look at what I just did while you're over here too.
Hey, you're right there. So what evil shenanigans you got?
So full automation. That's how much I need and how much I've inputted. That's how much we need, how much we need, how much I've inputted, at least with the stators. And then with the AI limiters, how much I've inputted into the process. So I'm mathing this. I'm being a goddamn accountant.
Nice. We make all this shit. We don't have to automate all this shit again.
Well, that's where, especially since when it's stuff for the elevator, obviously individual pieces we need infinite amount of, but when it comes to literally just the elevator, we only need to reach our goal.
Yeah. It's more and more we're using the same shit over and over.
Mm-hmm. Go steal a bunch of computers, and then I'll try to remember what the hell I was working on when we called it last time.
You've been largely focused on Space Elevator.
I know, but I was starting to work on nitrogen, and obviously I was thinking about working on the train, so I had a few other things that I was gonna be doing. So weird. I guess the production time between copper wire and copper sheets is kind of vast. Because even though I was sending all this stuff into a sink, copper wire is full where the copper sheet is almost barren, so I had to shut off the sink on that.
Alright. 240.
I don't think we're gonna do it this time per se, but next time we play this game, I could totally see us putting icons everywhere.
Yeah, we need to be better at that.
Oopsie. 1, 2, 3, 5. That's for me.
Production. Binary.
God, seriously? I guess it makes sense.
$60 crude. So I need 4 there. So I need 2 there. Let's see, I should probably build inwards here.
Still haven't even hit the halfway mark, so.
Well, no, we're at the point now where everything takes so goddamn long.
Well, no, I was just taking a quick look. AI limiters require quick wire.
Yeah.
And so I was just taking a quick look. I was like, okay, you know, where am I at? I'm out of quick wire. And it's like, wait, really? And it's like, oh, yeah, I need 20,000 to 5,000. It's a pretty stark ratio. Five. 16. So additional 8,000.
So let's do binary. Ah, fucking steel pipe. I need to. What else do I need for fucking assload of refineries? Steel pipe and copper sheet. God damn it. I was just at the goddamn motors too.
Mm-hmm. No, that was always one of the most aggravating things.
It makes a lot of sense why people just build in creative mode.
Well, it is easier that way, but, you know, when you actually have to deal with the restrictions and planning.
It's dumb.
Alright. So you should be good for a minute. You should be good. And you're gonna have to be good because I need to wait for steel beams to repopulate. Alright.
That's overkill on the pipe. Copper sheet now.
So it's really simple.
Oh, it's just copper wire. God damn it. Sam,
God damn it.
silica. This is an interesting storage unit you set up over here.
Yeah, it's all the quartz shit.
Plus Sam.
Well, it was in there too. I wonder if I take damage if I run into a wall after being shot through a hyper cannon.
I don't believe so.
Do you recall off the top of your head if we're storing aluminum ingot anywhere?
No, I think all my aluminum is being turned into aluminum.
Tough.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonder if I can try to siphon a bit. There you are. Just want to make sure you're empty. Well, that plan just got shit canned. So, if I want to bottle nitrogen, I need aluminum ingots. And like you said, you're burning it, so. I mean, I guess eventually everything will back up.
Not if I did my job right.
Well, I mean, like, eventually we'll have... Oh, no, you're right, because you have that sink.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on any extra aluminum there. I just... Yeah. I always try and be super efficient, like 100% efficient if I can.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna fuck with your 100% efficiency for a second. I just got rid of the belt leading to the sink. Don't know how long it'll take for anything to back up, but a little curious now. Especially
Well, it
since
wasn't just the aluminum that was going to the sink.
what else was going to the sink over here?
Wanna say there were a couple things going to the sink. Don't remember what else there was.
Got silica going too.
Howdy.
Hey,
How's it going?
eh, chill and lovely.
Yeah, it's chill and lovely.
So how's your Friday evening going, Necron?
Good so far, good so far. Did my daily exercise, sword workouts, and now doing some Total Warhammer 3. Trying to achieve my ultimate campaign victory.
You have an ultimate campaign victory?
Yes, when you end your turn, there should be no factions that is at war with you, meaning you either have to be friends with everyone, which is most 99% of the time most players won't, or you have to destroy every faction that is at war with you.
Total victory.
I was gonna say, I think you're on the war end, aren't you?
I lead an undead faction led by Nagash, the god of necromancy himself in Warhammer Fantasy setting. Of course, I will always lead to war.
Yeah, peace doesn't sound like his kind of style.
No.
It never was from the beginning. It never was.
Come on, give peace a chance.
I unironically already did. 10 turns later, someone declared war on me because why not? And I was like, you know what? If that's how you want to play the game, then I'll fucking destroy every single one of you, capture all your settlements, and I'll treat it as such to grow my never-ending legions of the undead.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to look like a pussy in front of the Necrons, like.
The other Necrons will be laughing at you.
They either submit or they're stupid enough to wage war on me in my campaigns. I'll give them options. Run away, which most likely you won't, or suffer. And I'll probably turn you into to be part of my legions one way or another. Or make you energy to power up my weapons.
Which is the Necron way.
Yes.
So I was trying to see if I could make a splitter that would like siphon off one ingot or something like that. Like I could program it to do something, but it doesn't look like that's how any of this works.
Okay.
Not 100% sure what to do then.
I just hope you don't break my goddamn aluminum production.
No, I didn't. I stopped the sync for a little while just to see what would happen. But like you said, you got multiple items in here and silica was backing up. It's like, nope, I'm gonna nuke that. Might as well not have to worry about it. So now I'm just trying to see if there's any way I can try to steal just a few ingots occasionally, but looks like they're all spoken for, so the best thing, or the only way I can do it is run up and steal it straight out of the
Robbing the machine directly.
Yeah, but they're literally at like, they have enough for the process they're working and the next one, so I don't want to do that either.
I don't think the aluminum is super critical right now. Like, I feel like if you need to redirect some of the aluminum, you probably can.
So I was just catching up more to the VTuber industry, and for do you want? Is it okay if I talk about it, or does it bore you?
Yeah, go right
No,
ahead, man.
go for it, man.
It,
Okay,
we
so if
always kind of
anyone's
struggle to fill the void when we're just working on shit.
Well, and for me, especially when I started having to, math things, all of a sudden I'm just all processing power to the math.
okay, here I go. So, if any one of the viewers are watching, so I don't know if you're already aware, Niji Sanji fucked up. They are called the Black Company. It's a long story short, but let's just say they made bad business decisions that even the sponsorships that they have are starting to back out because they treat one of the people that they terminated negligible, meaning that the termination will not, they think that the termination will not affect them financially, and the businessmen were like, oh, so that's how you play the game, huh? So if you treat them like trash, so you are gonna treat us like trash? Some of us investors will say, fuck you, and we're not gonna invest on you anymore. We're gonna invest on this girl named Doki, aka Selin, that she was once before. We're gonna invest on her because at least she treats us with respect, and you guys can go fuck yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I say this is because it's should Niji Sanji right now is a best example of what not to do in a business, and how to manage properly, and how to choose the right people to manage a business. Because if you choose the one that is a manipulative bitch or a fucking asshole, well, let's just say that everything else that is gonna happen is common sense and logical.
Yeah.
And yeah, logical and common sense. If people are right now are still not understanding what I'm saying, I'm just gonna have to spell it out for you. Manipulative bitch slash asshole leader equals bad business decisions equals bad reputation equals, well, let's just say the business will just be treated as like the Twin Towers, except instead of a plane, it crashes on itself.
Yeah.
No need for planes.
No,
The terrorist is
the one that sticks out for me. So I don't know if you ever heard or you were ever around for one of my ramblings, but I got turned on to this not series, a genre called microhistories. And it's literally about focusing in on one single aspect of history and, breaking it down as much as you can. And I went through one about alcohol. Now, the microhistory on alcohol talks about a bunch of stuff, going throughout the history of it. And one of the things they started talking about was, so one of the things that was big in rap for a while, at least, was they would add Cristal, which is a type of champagne or something like that, I don't fucking know, to their songs. And so they were spending the thousands of dollars for bottle, whatever it costs. And so they became very popular. More and more people were buying it. And then they were talking to the people who actually make the Cristal brand. And they're like, hey, so what do you think about this? And they're like, yeah, I kind of wish we had better clientele. Which, I mean, I think there was something else said in there which gave a certain subtext of why are I don't want rappers, quote unquote, the people who make up rappers, to buy our product. In which case, now they're just talking mad shit about Cristal. And it's like, dude, they are your customer base at this point. I don't care what you think. Keep your mouth fucking shut.
Why are black people drinking our products?
Pretty much. So for me, that was my that was the master class where it's like we are gonna talk essentially mad shit about the people who are buying our product. Are you retarded?
Yeah,
like what is your issue?
Yeah, that's just bad business 101.
But yeah, no, just one of those things where it's like. But to be fair, Disney's been doing it for a while now, so who knows? Maybe other people think it's a winning strategy.
As if they forgot how humans work.
They're still making money hand over fist.
Not to Niji Sanji, they aren't. They're slowly collapsing. They think they can talk shit to the people that they quote-unquote terminated because they broke the contract, when in reality they broke the contract, but not one who they terminated. And they keep on stealing money. They forgot to pay the artists. They only give 2% of their shares to their talents, and 98% is kept to them. Also, they kept the play buttons, like the 100k subscribers play buttons. They didn't give it to their talents. They just keep it to themselves because they think it's their property. They own the voice without permission. I can go on and on and on that they say, oh, but at least they're making money. No. The Neji Sanji is a bad example. It's a great example of being greedy so much that they think they can get away with it, but nope.
Well, it's a mixture of things when you look at it, though, because one of the issues that you run into is when some of these people sign the contracts, especially earlier on, it turns into a, we own your voice, we own your avatar, we own this, that, and the other. So you have people like, you have people who essentially think will own everything, and to a certain extent they do, but there's still the creator who is the key component. But they think if they have enough control based on the contracts, and a lot of those contracts, business contracts, are extensive.
Oh, and not only that, okay, contract is fine, but what's the problem with Niji Sanji is that the inner bullying is so fucking bad that they let it slide, that someone almost killed themselves because of the bullying, and they're not doing shit about it. And second, that they're bullying her so much that if she tries to be creative, they're like, no, we're not gonna help you get your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're with us now. They don't want you to be so successful, which is the opposite of what the company streamer should do. Is not just for the company, but they also have to help the streamers rise up so they can rise together. Niji Sanji, on the other hand, is like, no, we don't want you to be the best. We just want you to be our slaves.
So yes and no. The capitalist in me is coming out. So one of the things you run into is, of course, you want your talent to be successful, but the key phrasing in there is your talent. So of course I want them to do good.
I can go on here. I'm not saying I disagree with you, but if I'm gonna have to explain to you why the Niji Sanji is the fucked up thing, that even a legit and registered and licensed lawyer studied a contract of Niji Sanji, and he can say that it violated some of the human rights. And they say if that's and why the fuck are they getting away with that kind of contract? Even this, if they're in a good contract with the government, they should also follow rights. Working rights, business rights, and human rights. Niji Sanji has some of those violated. Also, when she got terminated, they think that, oh, she's violating our rights. What they're doing is they are violating her rights, which makes them lose the battle even more. So how the fuck are they gonna get away with it? Oh, just pay money. No. When you're fighting with the law, I don't give a shit how much you need to pay. Law is law. When the Supreme Court, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court, well, if you're a fucking psychopath if you reach the Supreme Court. Law is law. They think they can get away with it, but that's the problem with Niji Sanji, is that I don't know if you heard the term black company. You heard about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, black companies. You know why they exist in Japan? Even though they're extremely illegal?
Because they fill a niche?
No, it's not because they're making money, but because they have they are abusing the law, which is called the honor law, which means that even if the company is doing illegal shit or cartel type of shit, if you try to tell the law about it, the company can see that as trying to destroying their honor or defaming them, which they can sue you for it, even though you're on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Most countries don't do that because even though it's a private company, when they're breaking the law and you report it to the government, they can destroy that private company. But in the Japan's case, no. That's why a lot of black companies can get away with illegal shit. Because once you start suing them, even though you're on the right, even though you're the victim, the company can say that you're defaming them, and that's against the honor law.
I kind of want to start quoting a few good men right now. Doesn't
That's
matter
the
what
issue
we
with-
know, it matters what we can prove.
Oh, there's a ton of videos that I can show you that is proving that Niji Sanji is fucking up right now. But
Oh,
I don't
I'm
wanna
sure
get
they
into
are.
details.
I'm not defending them in any way, shape, or form. But it's just that gray area where it's like, well, of course everyone can totally see that this is totally fucked up and it shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, everyone can see that. Can you prove it?
Oh,
Because
they
seeing
can.
and proving are vastly different.
There's one major video that one of the talents in the Niji Sanji posted, and it is totally a lot of plot holes are given there. It's still up to this day. I don't know if it's still up to this day. One of the talents posted it, trying to quote unquote defend the reputation, and they brought out files, which is, mind you, you're not supposed to brought up personal files in a court case related with, because it's private matter and data personal breaching. They did that. They posted it. It gained millions of views, but the one of the lawyers in that on the YouTube channel, he said, "Motherfuckers, these people are stupid. They're breaching data privacy. They're exposing them in public, and you're not supposed to do this." They
Mhm.
didn't- And it's so bad that the CEO of Niji Sanji himself had to make a personal video to apologize, quote unquote, apologize to the people because of what happened. and it's making it even worse.
Generally
Never
how it works out.
apologize.
Apologizing is its own death sentence.
I mean, okay, yes and no. Yes, sometimes you don't have to apologize, let the drama die, and no, because sometimes if you don't say anything, it's gonna get worse from now on. Even though they died, they're just gonna hold it on like a weapon, like, you don't apologize, or you're still an asshole. Apology can be good when done right. I have seen that. But
Apologies.
there are some people that don't know how to apologize properly, which can lead to further destroying their reputation.
Apologies are only useful if you're dealing with good faith actors.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, if you want to apologize, make it so it's genuine. Because even if you're on in a video or in a TV, people can feel if it's genuine or not. And what the CEO apologizing, it's obviously not genuine at all. It's as if it's literally reading a script and he's just trying to pretend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if you've seen, I can share the video if you want. You can look the way he apologized, and you can tell exactly that this is not an apology. He's just trying to save face, but it's failing so bad.
No, it makes
I
me
can
think
send you
back
the video
to
if you
it's a
want.
South Park episode where South Park episode with a company called DP Oil. They're making fun of, I forget, or BP Oil.
EP, yeah.
And yeah, they're sitting there. It's like, oh, we did this thing that's causing a bunch of damage, and so they make commercials where the CEO is like, "We did bad
We're
things.
sorry.
We just want to say, we're sorry, so sorry," and that's all they say is sorry multiple times. It's like, yeah, you
I can send you the video of the Niji Sanji CEO apologizing if you want, because it's so fucking funny. They made memes out of it, making fun of the CEO, and it's not improving his reputation. It's just making it worse. Memeing out of his reputation is just making it worse.
sure. If you want to send it, I'm down for that.
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. Okay, I'm just gonna have to Oh, fuck, it's so fucking funny. The way they apologize is so bad. It's so bad.
No, I still find it amusing because, like, one of the things I keep thinking about is, video games. And you'll have these people, like, everyone's seen a video game that's flopped hardcore. And you're just sitting there, it's like, every step along the way of making this product, somebody was sitting there giving it a gold star and going, dude, this is totally worth it, like genius level. And you just kind of sit there, it's like, how did it get this far? This is garbage. Now, that's video games, TV shows, stuff like that, they take years, and so, okay, they have years. Where, yet again, you have to respond to the public. You make a flub or more flubs that way. But yeah, modern culture, apologizing, generally not a good idea. The only one I could think of as a slight exception would be Budweiser. They fucked up hard.
Yeah, not a good idea, but unless you are genuinely apologizing very well, or better yet, you apologize and you do better. Like No Man's Sky, for example. They made a promise, he fucked up, people are disappointed. He apologized, but at the same time, he improves, and even though he may lost the fan base or the hype there, he still continues trying to improve No Man's Sky, and it's now a decent game.
Yeah.
That's a good way to apologize. Even though
That's
they're
a
not, the fans
legitimate
are not
way to
there.
apologize.
Yes,
Yep.
you say sorry, and you improve.
And that is something they did do, is they went back to the drawing board and they're like, okay, we're gonna fix this shit.
Exactly. That's what he did. That's why he had my respects, because at least he made an effort. Like, okay, I fucked up, I apologize, and then now I'm gonna have to do something about it, which is I'll improve it even though my fan base is gone. I have to finish what I started. That's his mindset, and he did successfully. As a man, stuck up to his principles.
Mm-hmm.
And he had my respect. And yeah, again, like I said, he had my respects now. Even though I don't like No Man's Sky, but hey, finish what he started.
Yeah. Never played it personally.
Yeah, but I like his story. Yeah, I sent you the video on DM, so you can check it out if you have free time.
Yeah.
So
I'll check it out later.
take your time. Take your time. It's so funny. He's fucking that. Oh boy.
30 fuel a minute. These things are consuming 20 fuel a minute. Okay, I got a lot more of these generators I can put down.
Some copper sheets. Well, if I math right, I only need 2,000 more.
No, we would like to approach. Um,
No, now I'm having a bit of a tickle in my brain about some American politics that happened. And one of them was sorry, one sec.
one of them is.
Yeah, Buddha had a fit, I guess.
I'm mathing, and when I math, I focus. So during the previous Biden administration, one of the things that they decided to do was, I forget what they were gonna call it. It was like the Department of Disinformation or some shit like that. And people just start going, really? You're making a Ministry of Truth? And the amount was like, no, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. Well, if I mathed right, that should be it for the
That's why
copper sheet.
Hololive is, even though they're not quote unquote mainstream yet, Hololive is still trying their best to be transparent, and when they apologize, they really mean it and improve. Although they do have a strict process, but it's better that way. Hololive, what a win.
60 polymer resin. I have 180 polymer resin coming out. So I need 3 of these fucking things.
Oh my goodness, if I keep talking.
Yeah, go right ahead, dude.
Seriously.
No, I was just coughing. Like I have to watch myself because if when you hear me coughing, I'm like, fucking hell. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things with our Satisfactory streams is we get into thinky mode and we stop talking and then it's just watching 2 fucking retards fail at math.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Okay,
to be fair, I'm more heavy on the method. Well, no, that's a lie. Because XioniX tries to make factories that are like maximally efficient, where I'm literally just like, okay, let's put as much, throughput as possible. I don't care about the end result. I only have to do math when I decide that I'm going to do faux automation, i.e., I have to collect all the goodies and put them in.
Understandable.
Different playstyles, but we work well together, I should say.
Because I don't do very good about working on the objectives. At least not directly.
I was gonna say, it kind of goes back to Factorio. Like, I was just the research guy.
I'd be building something and then I'd be like, oh hey, we have armor-piercing rounds researched. Let's work on that.
Sometimes I can do preemptive research where it's like, hey, you can do this now. Other times it's like, hey man, I really need to be able to do this soon. Okay, that's on top of the list. Let's get this running.
Yay. So, yeah, I'm gonna make a random topic out of nowhere. Okay, corrupted business aside, I'm gonna be talking about the types of necromancy that I like.
Okay.
I like baseline. I'm confused. It's like there's more than one type of necromancy. Necromancy's necromancy, man. Like there's subtypes.
On the fantasy, on the anime shows, I have seen 3 types. The first one that I already said to you, Sage, is shadow necromancy, which Song Jin-woo has.
Yeah.
The best type of necromancy for me. So when killing a creature with soul, they just turn into a shadow, but their strength is half of it. So if their strength is 100%, turn into a shadow, their strength is only 50%. Because if they turn to 100%, that's too OP. And you can just summon them out of nowhere. That's my number 1 type of necromancy. Second type is...
Hold on 1 second on that one, because the thing, if I remember right, I forget who else was here when we were talking about it, is when it came to his necromancy, the power of the summons is based off of obviously their natural talent, but also based off of how much intelligence he had. So intelligence helped increase power, where I think his level helped dictate how many units he can either store / summon.
Yes.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong, eventually, if he's gonna get enough intelligence, and based on one of the contents that I was watching, it's like, yeah, after a certain point, he's gonna put at least for a little while, put a lot more effort into increasing his intelligence stats, so he can maximize on his summons while still being a frontline fighter.
Yeah. Go with that. And that's what I love about Shadow Necromancy is that the more intelligence you have, the more armies that you can get, and whether it will be a giant or an insect, a giant insect, I love it. I love this Necromancy. That's my number one favorite. Just like I can just walk on casually, and then I'll be ambushed by an army. I'm like, okay, and there's a you and what army? And then suddenly my shadows start appearing out of nowhere for them, and like this army. But you know, that's why like Songjun was like, I can only turn humans into shadow soldiers if they are worthy. I'm not gonna be just like necromancer. Oh, I killed a bunch of citizens. I'm gonna turn them into zombies. I'll be like, motherfucker, there are useless zombies. If I'm gonna turn some humans into zombies, I have to make sure that they're a fighter. Like for example, soldiers. Soldiers on the dead battlefield, I can turn them into zombies because hey, they at least can have fighting capabilities. If it's a random citizen, unless that person is just martial artist, I'm gonna resurrect them. Useless. That's why most of the time I'll be resurrecting minotaurs, I'll be resurrecting dragons, I'll be resurrecting giants, I'll be resurrecting giant fighting insects.
Mm-hmm.
I have the same mentality too.
Well, quality over quantity, and when you get enough
Exactly.
quality. But then again,
Yeah.
you also just have to think back to, I believe it was Napoleon who said, quantity has a quality all of its own.
That's why I believe in both quality and quantity. Here in my total Warhammer 3, I am combining both principles. I have a shitload, but at the same time, I'm not just gonna be like, I'm gonna send a bunch of hordes of zombies. No. Even though I have like 10 million zombies, I'm gonna use them strategically. Because what's the point of sending 10 million and just not putting them in formations? I may win, but at what cost? Instead of like strategically using them, like not just sending them all at once, at least my casualties will be less, or the damage will be much more precise. That's what I always do. Like, I'm not gonna be the typical necromancer. I'm just gonna create a bunch of force and just send it in front of me. No, I want to be a strategic one. And that's what I'm trying, and that's what I'm doing in my Warhammer gameplays. Not just sending in hordes. I'm sending in them strategically. Each army has a purpose. Like, I create like 3 types of armies right now. One is construct, so a bunch of giants. Second is the speed division, which are a bunch of ghost chariots and any vehicles that are fast. And the third one, oh wait, there's 4. The third one is the Morghast Legion. The Morghast are the strongest type of undead creatures created by Nagash himself. They are intelligent and brutal. And the last one that I created, the type of army here, is the Ghost Division. So ghost ships, ghost pirate ships, spectral ships, and sometimes spectral units, intended for ambush. That's being strategic.
Yeah.
So that's a segue for going to my no, not a segue. The second type is necromancy. You know, necrons. Instead of just resurrecting them, not just the undead, but you resurrect them as a robotic undead. They're much more stronger than your regular undead. They are
Robotic
much more
undead?
Yeah, robotic undead. You turn zombies. You turn them into zombie robots as you resurrect them. Necromancy. They are much stronger than regular necromancy, and they are much more customizable. Like imagine you can just make 5. You know how the Power Rangers robot animals can transform, right, into one robot?
Yeah.
So necromancy can let you do such a thing. If you're smart enough and powerful enough, you can command certain types of undead robots into making them transform into one big giant undead robot and make them suit to a certain scenario. Like imagine that, like a bunch of zombies, each one with different equipments and weapons, and all of a sudden, all right, zombies, I want you to turn into a few hundred giant undead robots. Transform. Some of them starts transforming, combining. Oh, but I'm like, yeah, that's the shit. That's why I love Necrons. Necrons can do that. They're just not shown in the lore yet. But if you're gonna give the context of the war in heaven, they probably done that already. Like combining certain Necrons into one giant Necron. They must have done that as well. I mean, if you're fighting gods, and you must have thought about those sort of things, right? Because you need to think of every type of weapon that you can create at your disposal to defeat them.
Yeah. No, and that's one of those where, now to be fair, from what I understand when it comes to the Warhammer 40k lore, that's one of those big things that they keep pointing to, essentially, which is, hey man, there's a lot of information that we don't have complete knowledge of. And so, yeah, no, the amount of things that could be done. I just keep thinking back to what we were talking about a while back, where it's like the power structure of the Necrons. Because from what I could tell is essentially 99% of the Necrons in existence are essentially mindless husks. They are just there to kick ass and take orders.
Yeah, but that's what I love about them is because they forgot that they have so much potential. I mean, why do you think they win against the Eldar and the Quarks and the Old Gods and the Star Gods themselves? So they must have done crazy shit. They must have created so many powerful super weapons and super building structures and technologies that they're able to win the wars on 4 fronts.
I'm really curious how they took on the Star Gods, because they were teaming up with the Star Gods to take out the Creator Gods. So like,
Yeah, they turn on them after they won against the old ones.
see, and that's where I kind of got, well, like I said, my knowledge of the lore is limited, and it's where I find it a little interesting, because I figured some of the Star Gods or Star Eater gods got killed, and that's how they started using shards of dead gods to make weapons, and then that's how they got amped up even further, or at least that's what I assumed.
All of the Star Gods were still alive during the old wars. They when they're working with the Necrons, all of them are still alive. It's just the old ones are fucking dead. And after that, they went on to do their own shit because they are so powerful. They just fight with each other, and that's where the Silent King said, "Oh, they're fighting against our slave masters. Are fighting against each other. This is our time to strike." And then they started killing every single one of them. Not killing, but shatter them because they can't kill them because they're so powerful.
Yeah.
They're gods. So they shatter them and turn them into shards and power their weapons. I think, if I can remember correctly, of all the star gods, the number one god that they have a hard time fighting against, and that it took 5 dynasties plus the Silent King's dynasties, own dynasty. So there are like 6 dynasties. That it took six dynasties to defeat this star god is what they call the Nightbringer. He's known as the star god of death.
Mm-hmm.
So based on the information that I told you, you can already imagine how difficult it is to take out the Nightbringer. So that, I mean, it took 6 dynasties. 5 of them died. Only the Silent King's dynasty, called the Zerakan dynasty, remained alive. You can tell that those dynasties died, taking out that one god. The rest of the star gods can be took out by 1 or 2 dynasties, but only the Nightbringer is that they had a hard time with. Oh wait, no, not all of the star gods were shattered. There is this one god that they have to completely destroy. What's the name?
But they're gods, so and that's where it comes back to the old ones, like if they were gods or pseudo gods. but they ended up getting wiped out too.
There's the Flare Star God. It's known as Linan Dugor the Flayer. It's one of the only star god that the Necrons destroyed because they feared his power, because they feared that they cannot contain them in a shard. So they pull out everything that they have to completely erase the star god. But before that star god died, he's the one that gave out the flare virus to some of the Necrons, which turns some of the Necrons into like flesh hungry robots.
Yeah.
The rest, they just shattered them because they think like, some of them we cannot kill, but it's better to turn them into weapons, because why not? And that's
Yeah.
the only I think that's the only star god that they have ever completely destroyed because of the power, because they fear its power.
Makes sense. I'd fear a god too.
They don't
But
fear
only
gods
certain
except
gods.
the flare. Okay, this said it was utterly destroyed, rumored as annihilation of the Maynard dynasty. Okay. Where's this file? Yeah, the Flayer God is very scary, and if you read about how the flayed ones, the Necrons that are infected by the Flayer virus, if you've seen what they can do, like they have their own pocket dimension, so you can tell like the Flayer God can do that as well, but a million times better. So that's why they fear that Star God. That's why they have to annihilate it. Because if they let the Flayer God live, it's basically game over for everyone.
Yeah.
Even the Emperor of Mankind cannot save himself for that. That's why it has to be destroyed. The rest can be just shattered. The
How
Nightbringer
the
was
hell do
shattered.
Necrons get infected by a virus?
That's how powerful the Flare God is. Now you know. Now you have an idea why they have to destroy it.
They downloaded porn they weren't supposed to through LimeWire.
I was gonna say they're robots.
Like I said, you have now an idea why they have to destroy the Flare God. And the Flare God infected the Necrons, and the Necrons are supposed to be immune to any virus, but the Flare God is created a virus on his dying breath to infect the Necrons specifically. Now you know why they have to destroy them. It is one of the main reasons why they have to destroy that god. It's too powerful. Like, even
Porn
it will make
virus is too
Nurgle
strong.
jealous.
Mm-hmm.
The Flare virus is too strong that even Nurgle will be jealous.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's how fucking powerful the Flare god is. That's the only one that it's destroyed. So that's the necromancy, and the last one is obviously regular type of necromancy. You're raising zombies, creating skeletons, and the third type is still my favorite because you can create bone constructs, right? So you just pile up a bunch of bones and you can just resurrect it into becoming one giant, one bone giant that is made out of a bunch of bones.
A bone
That's what I like
golem.
about the regular necromancy. Yeah, like a bone golem. That's what I like about that kind of necromancy because it lets you be creative with what you have. So you don't just stuck with zombies or skeletons. You can just be creative. Like, hey, I can just make bone golems, like bone constructs. Oh, I can do that. I can just pile a bunch of bones and create my own version of a bone skeleton. Blah 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 blah. Nagash did that, and he made what is known as the Osaya Bone Reapers. They are Not your typical bone skeleton warriors. No, 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 no. They are like the equivalent of a custodian, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the equivalent of a custodian. They are that strong. The Aside Bone Reapers are the elite among the elites. More elite than the Morghast. The Morghast are elite undead bone constructs. They are strong and intelligent, but not as intelligent as the Osaya Bone Reapers. And I quote, they are made to conquer realms, not planets, not solar systems, but realms. That's how powerful they are. And Nagash himself can create more Osaic Bone Reapers, but it will take time because that's why they're powerful. The Osaic Bone Reapers are that intelligent and powerful that it will take time for the God of Death, Nagash, to create more. He can create more, he can create billions, infinite more. It just takes time.
Nah.
Well, hey,
Okay, that answers the question then, because part of me was like, are we still talking about the Necrons? They don't create anymore. They're sterile automatons with maybe a few 100,000 people who actually still think.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the regular type of necromancy. This is like my top three necromancy.
Yeah,
powers.
no, I got you. I thought you might have been talking about the Necrons specifically for a second. I was like, something sounds off, but I caught up. We're good.
Yeah, it's no worries. It's all good. All good. They- So yeah, those are my top three favorite necromantic powers. First one, Shadow Necromancy. The second one is Necromancy. The top three is regular Necromancy. Like, you know, what Ainz is doing?
Yeah. No,
That
honestly, I think the only time I've ever heard of necromancy was based off of Borderlands 2.
Oh, Necromancy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But there's a mod that I installed where I can just, like, for every kill, I can summon more death traps in Borderlands 2.
Yeah.
Basically, Borderlands 2 using Gauge with that mod, I'm able to summon a fucking army. And I love it. And I was like, this is what a necromancy should be.
You kill
Holy
someone
shit.
and then a robot gets born.
Yeah. And it's not stuck to one, it creates more. It's like, this is how you play necromancy, baby. So when the end game comes, when I have to defeat the Vault monster,
Yeah.
I was like, you know what? I have powerful buffs. I can just shoot it, I can just shoot it and insta kill it. But I'm just gonna let my army do the thing. So I just sit there, let my army kill a bunch of it, and I was like, damn. It's going strong.
I was always a fan of Gage. Of course, I remember I was looking up like best players or best characters to play with, and apparently the Soldier and Gage were like the two are among some of the worst ones. I'm like, really?
Yeah, that comes from min-maxers though.
That's for people without the mods, because honestly, I agree with them. Without mods, Gauge is kind of meh, especially with her anarchy stack. You have to like stack it up to 400 before you can even play her. That's how terrible it is. Like, you have to constantly stack and stack and stack anarchy so that you can just use her potential. But with mods, she's the funnest character to play with, in my opinion. Yeah, but without mods, she's like, meh. Whew. And I'm so passionate about the love of necromancy. I don't know what your chat is gonna say.
Nothing. There's no one here.
How
It's
many
just
viewers
us.
do you have?
It's just us.
We're
Oh,
still a
good.
very small channel, dude.
Yeah,
Are you
So
streaming
small.
though?
So small.
we
Yeah.
are streaming. Yeah. But the
So
thing
just two
is,
viewers?
yeah, but they're Smurfs. Um, the thing is we stream as a hobby, and it honestly the most beneficial thing from us streaming is meeting you, Iskander, Commander, some other folks. Like that's honestly been like the best thing about us streaming is we'll meet people and we start gaming with them, start having fun. Like that's honestly the cool thing about streaming is you meet a lot of people,
Yep.
you know.
That's nice.
But yeah, no, right now no one's watching us, so there's two that are on my laptop and one that's on Buddha's machine, so that's the three.
Well, it's my official account.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. So in case you get popular, at least they'll now have a. If they can find it, they will now have like, oh, this guy talked about the 3 types of necromancy. I'll be like, mhm.
Hey man,
If
I'm
gonna
not
have
one
a
to
picture
diss
model,
a
it's
niche
gonna be
market.
necromancy with it.
I said I'm not one to diss a niche market. I'm filled with random information, so
Now you have an extensive knowledge of necromancy.
you know, I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be, or if I won't be able to use it someday. Like, there. I wish I could think of a appropriate example, but there have been times where, you know, I'm just having some random ass conversation. You know, oh, okay, that's interesting, whatever. And then within 24 to 48 hours, next thing I know, I'm like in the middle of a debate that involves the subject I just learned yesterday. It's like, well, what you did take into consideration was law. I think I've had that happen over a couple dozen times at this point, where it's just like, wow, go happenstance.
It's like God knew I was going to be having this conversation soon, so
Seriously.
Ah. No, they say necromancy is evil, but any power can be evil. It's just how you use it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's raising the dead. Well, if you choose, that depends on what kind of creatures you raise the dead from. I mean, you can just raise dead lions, dead monkeys. I refuse to raise dogs as the undead. They're too precious. But I can, like, for example, minotaurs, bulls, pigs, lions, tigers, gorillas. You can raise them as the undead. So I don't see anything evil in that. I mean, yeah, you're trying to like control the living, but that depends on the type of necromancy, man,
Mm-hmm.
and especially your goal, like why you want to be one. You know, all powers can be good or bad. It's just how you use it.
That is true. Sorry, I'm mathing right now, so I'm focusing on that.
It's okay. That's why I like necromancy, because I can have my own army, and I really don't trust the any type of government, even no matter how good they are, because they can have a hidden agenda. So I just want to be on the safe side. Like, leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to mess with you. You don't want to mess with me.
I was gonna say, it's government. They're already zombies.
and
Huh?
they're inherently evil.
Mm-hmm.
Who's inherently evil?
Government.
Yeah. Yeah,
There-
exactly. Like, why would I want to have to be like, leave me the fuck alone. Like, I will follow your law, but leave me the fuck alone.
I just want you to
That's
know
not
we
what
do
I-
this because we care. Yeah, you care.
That's why I want to have a like my own army. You know, just doing my own thing. Blah blah like blah la 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 la. Doing my own thing. La 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 la. And if I decided that if I want to destroy a syndicate or a cartel, no one's gonna stop me.
Hey,
I'm like, if
cartels have rights too.
Huh?
Cartels have rights too.
Not with them breaking their own rights. If you like, we all know we have seen some shit that the cartels can do, is like breaking the human rights. So I'm like, they're not humans anymore, they're monsters.
Oh, you sound like Donald Trump there, man. Of course, he called
If
them
I see
animals.
Six.
Yeah, I agree on them on that. I mean, look at the fuck they're doing. I mean, it's true though. That what he said is true. I mean, look at what they did to their victims. Like, I don't care if their victims are rapists or anything. What they're doing is animalistic. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give them a quick death. I'm not gonna torture them like they torture their victims. I'm just being like, you know what? Quick death. I may raise you as an undead soldier, but you're too scummy for me to be. You're worthless. You're trash. Like, I don't care if you want to be redeem yourself. Go to hell, motherfucker. You're not worth my undead legions. That's how trash you are.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
that
had a
was-
weird, kind of self-reflecting moment during Trump's inauguration address, where he was talking about, you know, stopping drugs crossing the border and shit like that. And when I was younger, I was very much a proponent of whatever, it's drugs, let them across the border, let people do whatever they want to do, you know. It's, you know, let people be. If they want to do drugs, they can do drugs, shit like that. And it was kind of a, and don't get me wrong, like, I generally think that's true, but the problem with illicit drugs is they're not pure, they're cut with shit, and, you know, I'm almost, at this moment in my life, I'm kind of okay with, like, state-sponsored bodegas or whatever, where you can go in and do whatever drug you want to. But illicit drugs are dangerous because you don't know what the fuck's in them.
Exactly.
So it's just kind of a weird migration in my life where I used to be very much libertarian in the idea of, yeah, drugs are a personal choice. There's nothing wrong with doing drugs. And while I still generally agree with that, it's illicit drugs are a problem.
Come on, everyone should have a dose of fentanyl, even though like 0.02 micrograms could kill you. Yeah, no, that was insane. I forget what I was watching, but it was a dude talking about fentanyl. And it's like, yeah, no, this stuff is so potent, like literally you dilute micrograms into liters, and it's like, really?
I don't know much about fentanyl.
Yeah, you know,
It's
it's the
not
hot new drug type
important.
thing.
Yeah, it's nothing much. Drugs are drugs.
They are drugs.
Yeah. So that's why I like it, like necromancy, like having my own army, and I'm like basically untouchable. But it doesn't mean I'm gonna be a dick to everybody. I'm not that type of person. Unless you
Hey,
deserve
aren't
it.
you the guy who was saying that that was one of those things you liked about Sun Wu, is the fact that, you know, even though he now has necromantic abilities, he's still fighting on the front lines?
Yes, 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 yes. That's what I like about too. It's like like I said, like I don't want to be the typical necromancer. Like, oh, I'm just gonna send a bunch of hordes and just let them deal with it. No, 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 no. I'm gonna use them strategically. like, even if I have millions of zombies. At the same time, I want to fight with them because I treat my undead soldiers as like my weapons. It's like, for example, the katana. In the Way of the Warrior, the katana is like an extension of your soul, the extension of your arm. I treat my undead soldiers' armies the same way. I treat them like my weapons, an extension of myself. So I fight with them.
Yeah.
Like, out here,
Even
fatty.
in this game,
He's mean to me.
even in this game of Total Warhammer 3, I made sure to power up each lord, not the legendary lords. Each lord that I created, I make sure to power them up to the point where they can fight in the front lines.
Yeah.
So each lord in leading an army, I put them first. My strategy would be most of the time I do this. I create a good formation of my undead soldiers, my army, and I put the lord in front. So when the battle starts, I make sure to send the lord in first. Group, make the enemy encircle the lord because it can tank so much hit, and then and then the army would break off. So one unit will be onto this side, breaking the weak line, and the other line will break the weak line too. And then once the weak lines were destroyed, while the main army is encircling my lord, my army will then encircle them. And then I cast a shitload of spells.
Like magic missile.
Magic
Yeah, magic
missile.
missiles and explosion and shit. That's usually my strategy. The second strategy would be since my lord is strong enough, it's like it will like my army would still be strategically trying to counter each type and all that. And then I will send my lord to fight off the heroes and the lords himself. Straight to the lords and himself. So that it will lower the morale of the soldiers.
Yeah.
Or I would also like put it on the back, but I will only send him last. Like I do this and do that. So when the enemy's occupied, I would use it's like the hammer and anvil strategy. I would use my lord as the hammer. Yeah, you can say that I can be like I'm not your ordinary necromancer. I'm not like other necromancers.
Mm-hmm. That's one of those famous lies. I'm not like those other ones.
Shit.
Well, in this case, I'm trying to be not like those other ones, because I don't like the idea of, like I said, sending in hordes and let it do its thing. I want to be in the front lines. Wow, I talk so much.
We
That's
got no
right.
problem with that.
Yeah.
Occupying this entire map, one settlement at a time. Let's fucking go.
Okay, so
So Necron,
384
are you
times
interested
3.
in playing Monster Hunter Wilds when it comes out next month?
If I have the budget, yes.
Okay.
Most games I like to play anyways. It's just that the big question for me is, do I have the budget or not?
Yeah, and that's fair.
Yeah. But if I do have the budget, then I'll hit you up. Uh, just so you know, I'll either be the longsword man or the charge blade. Either way, please watch yourself because I might swing so much that I might not notice if you're there.
Ah, you're a tripper, huh?
I might
I like
be
swinging the
fighting you
sword.
with the charge sword. I'm not gonna lie.
Huh?
I might be fighting you for the
Charge blade.
charge blade. That was the first weapon I played with, and you know what? God damn it, I wanted to go back.
Yeah, my first was the insect glaive. There's a certain fondness in my heart for it, but I always, whenever we go back to Monster Hunter World, we always force ourselves to try a new weapon.
Yeah. So, hammer, I think is the next one I probably should try, especially getting used to the rate of the heavy swings.
Hammer, I tried hammer. I was not very good with the hammer.
Not very good with the hammer.
Yeah, no, I tried hammer on Rise, and it was okay. I missed a lot, like a lot.
Yeah, last time we played, I was doing the great sword, and man, just trying to get that timing down. I mean, I became halfway decent at least, but yeah, I was not a gold star player on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, I was thinking maybe switch axe next time we played. Because I don't think either of us have done the switch axe yet.
Nope, I have not done the switch axe.
Not done the switch actually.
The other one I was kind of playing around with was like the lance. Like, because they're like straight up tanks and shit, you know?
Yeah. No, the thing that well, you did sword and board last time, so you'll be more used to it. For me, I've never used the defensive capabilities in that game, so it's like, eh. I'm more about, you know, trying to get my, even though I suck at it, trying to get my timing right and being mobile.
Yeah. But yeah, no.
I see.
Insect glaive was a lot of fun, flying around the goddamn air. Bow was super powerful, if not a bit boring. But I think the ranged weapons are kind of like that.
Yeah, and it's either that or charge blade or long sword. If you want to know why I'm not just like a swinger, because I own an IRL Nodachi, so that's I'm keeping up with my identity.
Hey man, as long as you're true to yourself.
I'm a longsword main and Monster Hunter now.
Nice. Yes, I own a Nodachi. I am a longsword user and I own a Nodachi IRL, so ha. I have I have all the rights to use the longsword.
Oh yeah, no, I got all sorts of weapons on my walls. Nothing crazy big.
That's what I was gonna say a second ago. The first time we were playing, and I was about to say Skander, when XioniX was using the insect glaive, I was so jealous because he kept mounting the monsters, which, you know, obviously free hits and whatever, you could start messing with them that way. And he's doing that like 5 times a monster. I do it once, maybe every other map type thing. It's like, I want to be able to do that. But yeah, try to do a new weapon. I have to admit though, I think the one I enjoyed, maybe not the most, but I did thoroughly enjoy, was the hunting horn.
Oh, yeah.
And especially if you can
Hunting
get
horn is good. We
a
need
group
more
of more
hunting horn
people.
users. We need more hunting horn users, honestly. We need more people like you.
That's right. We need more people like Buddha. You heard it here,
Yeah.
XioniX.
I'm about to say, I distinctly remember Moki saying you needed to not suck so bad.
And he did say that a lot. But that's when I was using the dual blades.
Mm, that
Or
is
you
true.
want to be Attack on Titan style, or you want to be Sao or Kirito style. That's your way to go. Be a weeaboo at heart.
Oh, that's right. I was doing the great sword, not the long sword.
Be Guts Berserker.
Damn straight. Boop. And
Dual blades are fun too. I was once a Gunlance user myself before I switched to longsword. Gunlance Goldberg. And when I downloaded the mobile app of Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, I always used the Gunlance when the my most favorite fight was fighting both Theostria and Lunastra. When I fight
Lunastra.
both of them, I felt like, ah, I was like, show me the power of love, hunters. Prove to me that love conquers all. As I try to blast them to bits, I feel like I was in a epic anime fight. I was like, damn, this could turn into an anime fight right now. What I'm doing.
Yeah, Lunastra was a interesting critter.
It will forever be in my heart. My personal favorite fight was Lunastra and Theostria versus you, the Emperor and Empress of Flames, both trying to take me down. I was like, I'm in some anime shit right here, right now.
I remember
loving it.
taking that on, but I think it's because I wanted a specific drop. Like I was straight up part hunting at that point.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of reason to do the Teostra Lunestra fight. Like, I remember we did it, but I don't remember why. Because there were so many of those crazy fights you could do that we were just kind of like picking and choosing. So, like, there was a reason why we went after Lunestra and Teostra.
Like I said, I think we were part hunting. Like we wanted Lunestra for whatever, because we've already taken out Teostra so many times where it's like,
Oh, yeah,
he's irrelevant. Fuck him.
Yeah, I love fighting Toaster. He has the best music in the goddamn game. The Teostra music is so fucking lit. Like that is, I would argue that the Teostra music is the best music in fucking world. Like that is so good.
Oh, I agree with that. The Freedom Unite, the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite theme of Theostra and Lunastra are the same, but boy, the trumpets, the sound of like, this is what it makes you feel like you're fighting an emperor or empress yourself. You're fighting the emperor of flames. You're fighting the empress of flames. That's what the music is trying to portray, and it delivers so good. I'm like, this is how you create a soundtrack for a boss. This is it. This is how you create it.
Oh no, I wonder. I wonder why.
What's that?
So I was coming up with like transportation plans and shit like that, but right now I'm wondering if I can build the what is it? I'm wondering if I can build the cooling system where I've already built the the nitrogen extraction.
Yeah.
So nitrogen plus water plus rubber plus heat sinks. I'm already building the heat sinks. We already have the rubber. So if I can build the extractor for water, and I can already have all the nitrogen in the universe going towards it, I can get this heat sink done quick, in which case that's I'm gonna give that a go.
Talk so much.
So I got a bunch of fuel plants set up for energy. So our power, I mean, we didn't really have power woes, but
Well, that the last time we were playing, you were worried because we were getting, like, if everything all of a sudden turned on, we would be out of power.
yeah, and that was a concern of mine, yeah. But that problem has now gone away.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm getting at is we now have a surplus of power production. But I'm also thinking, like, I got 2 more oil refineries I can kit out, and I don't know how much more plastic I actually need. I mean, 60 plastic a minute is probably not enough. So I think I need to focus on plastic production. But I'm thinking maybe I need to start thinking about the rest of my... Hey, get out of here, Biggie! Scoot!
XioniX is microaggressing fat people.
That wasn't a microaggression. That was fucking real aggression.
Straight up aggression.
He admits it at least.
But yeah, it's so. God damn it! I need motors. Why am I always out of motors?
You know what? I think I'm gonna distract myself for a second.
Squirrel.
I think I am criminally underusing the pocket dimension.
Yeah, we really should be using that more. We need like everything in the goddamn pocket dimension.
Well, so one of the things that I remember is they were talking about stacks, so I figured we were limited. But no, it's like you can have a certain amount of stacks per item. So it's not like we're limited to 1,000 things in the pocket dimension. We can have, I think up to this point, 3 stacks of everything.
Ah! Fuck.
What does it take to make a pocket dimension again? Ooh. It requires one of the items that I need for. Well, actually, no.
I already have access to the pocket dimension. We just need to upload to the pocket dimension.
Well, what I was thinking is, so whatever the Mercer sphere, it takes a Mercer sphere to make one of the dimensional pocket dimension things. And so I was like, well, do I want to burn one of those because I still need them for the research? But to be fair, I could build it, use it, and then as soon as I need it for research, I can deconstruct it and take it back. So we're about to experience a great pocket expansion.
Okay. Pocket expansions are expensive.
Yeah, no, I remember throwing out a handful of things like, okay, that'll be useful, and now I'm like, wow, I really could have. And to be fair, you can actually start storing stuff from your pocket too, so.
Yeah, it just takes a long time to upload it.
You know, it's kind of cool when you even you're in a stressful situation, you can still vibe and still solve the issue. Like, you remember the time where I was like keep on singing during our Hell Divers moment, and I managed to stay calm in like every situation.
Yeah.
Well, that's the most important thing. Have you ever heard of a book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
I heard about it, but I haven't watched the movie yet.
Fuck the movie.
Yeah, fuck
definitely,
the movie.
definitely audiobook it because the author is the one who reads it, and dude, he helps bring it to life in an awesome way. But removing that, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's a book essentially, and what they say for the book is, or what they have as part of the subtitle of the book is, oh, what is it? Don't panic or don't worry. And that's the big thing is, you know what? Something's happening. You're gonna have to deal with it. Number one rule: do not panic. Just assess and adapt.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to practice too. Like, okay, like, I don't know. I should have said this before. Like, in the previous Helldiver streams, I do apologize if my singing kind of ruins the mood. Sometimes.
Your singing was fine, dude. It was. Don't get me wrong. There were a couple of times when it was like a little distracting, but the whole reason why that came up, if I'm being perfectly honest, was because Commander. And
Yeah, I know. Commander doesn't like it. Yeah, that was a given.
yeah. I mean, not gonna lie, like I said, there were times when it's like, it's a little distracting, but it really didn't bother
honestly,
us.
I told this to Iskander lately. Like, for example, if I do something new and I didn't know that it ruined the mood and I kept on doing it, I was pissed off because I was like, if it bothers you in the first place, tell it to me immediately or DM me if you need to. Because I just found that out like late. I was like, if it's such a bother, then tell me in the first place. Like, I would stop for you guys, but I didn't realize it was a bother. But they were like, he said like, oh, it was a bother at first, but we just ignored. We just didn't want to deal with it. I was like, it pissed me off because he made me look stupid. I didn't know.
And see, for me, I like if I find it bothersome enough, I just keep thinking back to Iskander, where his fucking whistling. Stop the goddamn whistling.
It's like that. Like that. What you're doing, Sage. Like, if it's like ruining the mood, like what I do, like you can tell me that, like, oh, can you please stop? It's ruining the mood. Don't do that. Let's just take it a bit seriously. I was like, okay, I'll stop. Just let me know. That's the thing, right? That's the thing. What I told him about. Like, if it's bothersome in the first place, just at least let me know. Instead of like, I learned it too late.
Well, and that's one of those. It's generally either A, I don't want to be the person who does the confrontation. B, it takes a while before, because sometimes it starts off as a nuisance, and then the nuisance turns into like pure hatred type thing.
I mean,
So,
I appreciate your kind of approach. Like, for example, can you please stop, Iskander? I like when the first time you did it, you told him to stop. That's what I think that I like. Like, can you please stop? It's doing that. I'm like, okay, sorry. I'll be like that. I don't have a problem. Just tell me to stop and I'll stop. I'll just mute myself and then I'll sing it to my own. I'm not gonna bother you guys. That's the thing.
And don't get me wrong, that whole situation was not handled particularly well. If I'm being perfectly honest.
All I can say is when it was brought to my attention, I was just like, I don't care. So, minus that. So, up to the pocket dimension. I'm uploading in-case industrial beams, motors, steel pipes are maxed out, steel beams, concrete. Do you have any requests?
Not particularly, no. But
You know, I'm not gonna lie.
motors, I've been going back for motors fairly regularly with this, but I think I'm getting about done with motors.
Well, you're about to have 150 floating in the ethereal dimension of I want it.
Okay.
And I'm now going to be adding, where did they go?
But yeah, again, I do
There it is.
apologize if that ruined the mood in previous streams. And at the same time, let me know.
No, of course,
For-
dude.
For the Buddha, there is no issue. You're
Yeah,
good.
but Buddha would have said something. Buddha would have absolutely said something.
And I appreciate it either way if that were to happen.
You know, I went from a plan of doing something to I'm now just trying to upload everything into the ethereal realm.
The Shadow
No.
Realm.
Yeah, I want this to be available. Concrete, motor, iron plates, everything available.
Yeah, I know Buddha would say something like, and same to you, XioniX. Let me know.
Of course.
I don't wanna be like the, oh, you're cool, but then suddenly you don't want to talk to me anymore, or you just wanna indirectly hate me. I don't like that. I have been in that shit before. I don't want to experience that again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that's all. I'm not mad at anything. It's just that I just didn't realize. I felt stupid. Like,
Dude, you're talking
Not
to a
knowing-
dude that gets in trouble because it's like, well, you shouldn't have done that. Why? Well, it offended some people. How? You were honest. What?
Yeah, you don't need to worry about that with us, Necron. We will fucking tell you. It really wasn't a big deal to me or Buddha. You know, we honestly kind of turned it into a talking point. You're like, oh, what's he singing now? Like, and I
Yeah,
appreciate that whole situation was unfair to you, and you are 100% correct. That should have absolutely come up earlier, and it wasn't. I didn't want you to feel stupid or anything like that. Like, it was just a weird situation that, by the time I realized Commander had an issue with it, it was just.
Okay.
It just become. It was beyond being dealt with gracefully. So I'm sorry that you felt stupid about it. That was not anyone's intention, I assure you.
No, I wanted him to feel stupid. Yeah.
I know. I like I said, I'm not mad or anything. I'm just expressing like what I felt, but that doesn't mean I hate both of you. And speaking of, I know.
You know, that's his Canadianism coming out. I don't hate both of you.
I only hate one of you.
Really? I don't hate both of you.
Honestly, I mean, it will take a lot. It will take a lot for me to hate you both. I do hate some people because I have seen stupid shit in front of me, and the way they dealt with it was like, bro, really? And it's been repeating over and over again. I have seen those kind of people at work, and I do hate that. Like, I'm like, bro, you're like in this position, and you've been here for years, and you're still doing the same shit. You have the same attitude, and then you dealt with the same thing You never know how to control your emotions, and you don't care if people hate you. Motherfucker, you have to look at yourself first. I hate that. And it took me a while before I said, you know, fuck you. I was like, in my head, like, you, fuck you. Fuck you.
No, fuck you. Yeah,
was
no,
like,
it's one of those.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own limits. They'll be weird, they'll be awkward, but they're theirs. So it happens, and then you just like, okay,
Yeah.
adapt or cut contact.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, it will take a while to get to it. Speaking of, it's just us, right? No one here yet.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
us and anyone who decides to watch the recording. But yeah.
We are what, fucking 3 hours in.
Well, I'm just saying in general. This is being recorded and it will be uploaded. So
Yeah, this is being
with
recorded.
that in mind, it's just us.
Yeah.
Yeah, just let me know, like, I don't know, is Commander not comfortable with playing with either me or Scander, or it's just that, just selected with other people? Because every time, I mean, I know I have a party problem with him, but I felt like there's an atmosphere change. Like, for me, when I play with friends, I chill with them. Like, I joke around. Like, sometimes I see I get pissed off, but does that mean I'm not pissed off? Like, when Iskander refused to explain the managed democracy, I'm not actually pissed off by that. It's just that that's the way how I deal with it.
Well, to be fair on that front, Iskander has some rage issues. Seriously, I say the Emperor protects, then he kills me.
Yeah. and
What's
that's-
managed
that's-
democracy? It's democracy.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was, yeah, I have fun with that. But when I played with the commander, I felt like I need to take it seriously. So seriously, the game is like, if I try to be fun and all, I don't think he'll like it. Even though I'm not gonna sing, I will definitely not sing when he's here. But if I do other random shit, I don't think he's gonna like it. That's what I felt.
So
That's why I was like,
and
sorry.
the thing,
Like, so whenever I'm gonna play with him, I was like, I need to take this seriously.
well, and I think he's kind of gotten over it a little bit, because he's shown up when it was me, you, and Buddha a few times before, and he stuck around. Like, just think back to Monday or whatever, when me, you, and Iskander were watching Steins Gate. He popped in, said hi, and he didn't say much, but he hung out for like an hour before he left. Like, I don't think he hates you or anything like that. I just think he got a hard time with conflict.
Conflict.
Yeah. Like,
When
I
you
just
tell somebody you don't like something or you prefer they don't do it, that is a form of conflict.
Well, I'm after that I'm not singing anymore, but I remember that fact. Like, for example, I intentionally try to shoot the front of the chubby dudes because it's funny, and then he criticized, like, do not shoot at the front, just shoot at the back. He talked as if like I'm doing something stupid unintentionally. I'm like, I know that. You don't have to tell me about it. I wanted to tell him, like, up front, like, hey, I know what I'm doing. I'm trying to have fun here. Don't talk like a tryhard.
You know what that is right there, Necron?
What?
Conflict avoidance.
Yep.
Conflict of what?
Avoidance.
What do you mean by that?
You want to say something, but you don't. You're avoiding the conflict that comes from if you state something.
Yeah, because I talked with Iskander, and he said, like, I can do that, but it's gonna cause some conflict, so and I rarely knew about him, so I just choose not to talk about it because if I do, it might cause a little bit of drama.
Conflict.
Yeah. Normally, I anti bullshit. If I see bullshit within myself, for example, I did something bullshit, and you pointed it out to me, and you proved to me that it was bullshit, I'm just gonna shut up and like, yeah, you're right. I did something fucked up, and I have to learn from it.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be like, in my return, I'm like, if I see something on bullshit that I don't like and I know it's wrong, I want to point it out because if I don't point it out, you're not just gonna hurt me, you're just gonna hurt everybody else if you don't notice or be aware of that. I'm like that person.
Yeah.
When he does that, I detected bullshit, but I decided not to because I first of all I don't know him much. Second, I don't know what's gonna be the effect if I talk like that in front of you guys. So I just not risk not to use it.
You realize who you're talking to, right?
I don't think he does.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
that
but
well,
yeah,
Buddha.
I realize now because the more I talk with you guys, I'm like, okay, these guys are like this, and that. So I guess it's okay to be myself a little bit.
Absolutely.
That was that.
Only
time
a
with
little
me.
bit. Only a little bit. If you
Yeah, only
transcend a
bit.
little bit, I'm gonna have issues.
Oh, trust me, I have other sides that only Iskander know. I'm not talking about the evil side. We all have evil sides. I'm talking about the other sides that I probably should not talk to you about it
I don't know what he's
because
talking about. I'm perfect. No evils.
no, but in all
Never had an evil
seriousness,
thought in my life. Not once.
yeah. In all seriousness, that's the thing. I was like, you know what? I don't think I want to play with this guy anymore because I think he's like this is the thing that I want to talk about before. Like, PvP and PvE games are both different. We both know that.
Mm-hmm.
PvP games like Counter Strike, Valorant, and Rainbow Six Siege, I expect everyone to be as toxic as possible because that's how competitive they are. And if
Yeah.
I'm gonna enter the rank match, I'm gonna have to prepare myself for getting ready to be berated and belittled by 10-year-olds and actual racist people.
Mm-hmm.
PvE, on the other hand, like Helldivers 2, Warframe, I don't see the point of being so try hard and competitive and being serious. I mean, it's okay if that's your way, but to the point where, like, oh, we can't complete a fucking mission. Come on, I need to complete this mission. I'm like, it's a PvE game. Don't take it too seriously. That's why some people are allowed to do funny shit in the PvE games because it's PvE. No one's competing. Unless you consider friendly fire competing.
Yeah.
That's why when I play games like Warframe and Helldivers 2, I take it seriously to a degree. But most of the time, I just want to fuck around. That's why when Iskander's playing, I was like, look, he's chilling. Like, we're all dying and he's chilling. I'm like, yeah, it's nothing to take serious. I know we should save Super Earth and all of that, but it's a PvE game overall.
Yeah.
It's fun to play around with friends. I don't see the point if you have to take it too seriously. That's why I was like chilling around, like singing and humming and all that shit. Because I enjoy playing the game with you guys.
Yeah.
Yes, we can save Super Earth, we can save the Super Citizens, but at the same time, have fun.
Yeah,
That's
and
me.
I agree with that sentiment entirely.
Yeah, that's just me. So if I felt like if someone is taking the game too seriously, I'm like a PvE game too seriously, I don't understand that one bit. I'm like, what's need to take serious about? What the heck?
Well, I guess the only thing I can really say on that front is when it comes down to it, everyone has their own pursuit of excellence.
I
And you
understand
know what?
that, but yeah, I can understand if you want to be serious in any game you do, but please, for me, don't project it or put it onto others. If they're gonna have fun, let them be. It's a PvE game for fuck's sake. If you're gonna be serious about it, go ahead, be my guest. but don't be in my face about it. Like, hey, why are you doing this or why are you doing that? Why the fuck is this? Oh, we're losing. I'm like, bro, this is a PvE game. You don't tell me how to play.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that I don't like about people who are tryharding PvE games. I'm like, motherfucker, this is a PvE game. Don't take it seriously. What the fuck?
Yeah, and like I said earlier, you know, some people decide this is one of those things I'm going to care about, and you could sit there and be like, dude, why do you care that much about this? And don't get me wrong, I've said that to people, and they get angry.
Because they don't have a good answer for that.
In my case, it's like I don't care if you take it seriously. Just don't like shit talk me for it. If I treat the game differently than other people, then don't be like, hey, why you're doing this? Oh, for fuck's sake, move. I'm like, bruh, do you, but don't force me to play like you. Both different here. That's just me though. I mean,
There's nothing wrong with that
Really don't-
perspective.
yeah. Really don't like it when people it's like when I feel like I have to play like them. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
No, everyone has their own style. And it's one of those, you don't know what's important to another person or why it's important, blah, 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 blah. So it's one of those, once it happens, like, I forget, I know I've talked to Iskander about it a fair amount because it's my favorite anime, Hunter x Hunter. Have you ever watched that?
No.
So early on, the primary character sees two people getting into a conflict, and he's not trying to stop it. He's just in there. He's like, hey, if you want to, you know, learn about somebody, learn what makes them angry type aspect. And so it's, I'm not going to say yay or nay. It's just one of those, someone got angry. Okay. Why did they get angry, and move from there?
Mm-hmm.
But outside that, couldn't tell you. It's one of those. You hit a spot, he hit a spot. I don't know. I only really heard the aftermath more than anything else. So it's like, oh, okay. So, are we gonna be playing again soon?
And honestly, there's only so much that I understand about what's going on, despite being more or less in the middle of it. Because I mean, yeah, me and Buddha have known Commander for a long time, but honestly, we don't know Commander. Like what it is that kind of makes him tick, so to speak, if that makes sense.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, well, you can barely know someone unless you want to deepen the friendship. Then you will know, like, oh, this is how. So this is what makes him tick. This is what makes them not tick. Blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I just kind of worked off of observation.
What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, the more if you want to know more about the person, you would learn a lot. Like, oh, so this is what makes them tick. This is what pleases them. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. And I have no problem learning that about the folks we game with. Like, holy hell, what the hell are you doing, Buddha?
Making cooling units?
There are no right angles in there at all. Ah, you are no longer primary. Your
What are
primary
you talking
privileges have
about?
been
This
revoked.
is totally a right angle. And that's a straight line.
Sorry. Ugh.
Seriously, Sonic gets offended by the littlest things. Don't mind me, I'm just blowing up rocks because it's offending my concrete. Apparently I can't get rid of that.
Yeah, I'm not saying I hate Commander, hate, or anyone here. Just, showing where I don't feel like this. I don't know why, but that's why I'm just not gonna be with that person for now.
And that's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like,
Yeah.
you don't have to like everybody. Like, that's...
You only have to like us.
Yeah. So if this, so if this ever gets out to anybody, I'm just letting anyone know here in the stream that I'm just talking what I observe and what I feel. But then again, it will take me a lot of things for me to hate you, and I don't want to hate you at all. I don't want to hate anybody. It's just that some people are just so insufferable.
Yeah, and that's an unfortunate fact of life.
Legend storage.
Yeah, exactly. And like I as much as possible I want to respect and love everybody, but it's just that sometimes their actions redefines who they are now. I'm like, yeah, you're becoming an asshole now, so I don't like ya. I'm just gonna avoid ya. Don't get near me.
And that's absolutely valid. Sometimes it's just people you don't get along with.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot. My parents always told me you can never please everybody, but it doesn't mean that you have to be an asshole to everybody. That's the thing. It's like, oh, you can't please everybody. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're gonna have to be a fucking bitch or an asshole to everyone you meet. No, just be the good person. Try to be the good person, and even if they don't like you, at least you're not hurting anybody. Instead of just, I'm just gonna be an asshole because I know I can't please everybody. No, you're just using it as an excuse to be an actual asshole. You are
Yeah.
actually an asshole. It's not because no matter what I do, they're just gonna hate me anyway. No, you're just using it as an excuse. There are sadly people like that, and I'm hoping we don't be like that. Man, this just turned into a philosophical and moral conversation.
That happens more often than you might think.
I was gonna say we're generally good with that actually.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no, getting into moral, philosophical debates and arguments, like, that's kind of our bread and butter, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's nice. And
Like-
I think this is why I. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead first.
I was just gonna say, like, that's the type of discussion me and Buddha really enjoy, is theoretical and hypothetical. Because it leaves a lot of room for argument, a lot of room for interpretation, where what's going on in the world is like, it either is or isn't happening. Like, it's very much yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
Where once you get into the theoretical,
It's fun because there's no strings attached, all things considered. It's just like, hey, I think whatever.
yeah.
I
And
see.
it's not about who's right or wrong, it's about, can you justify your opinion? Like, can
Yeah.
you know,
The argumentation.
yep.
I see. Maybe this is why I don't appreciate high school, because most of the time I have classmates that they talk as if they're right. They're not like, oh, that's a good opinion, but this is my opinion. They're gonna talk like, no, this, and that. You should think of that, like, right? You should be like common sense. I'm like, bro, do you know what common sense actually means? Second, can we at least have like an open-minded discussion about this?
Common
But
sense is
sadly,
not
most
that
senior high school
common.
students are teens high school. So, but there's one girl that I had a crush on. She told me this, like, you know, Necron. She doesn't call me Necron. Like, you know, I'm
I
saying
get
her
it,
real name.
yeah.
Like,
I mean,
she
that'd be
said,
pretty gangster if she did call you Necron. Like,
I was not into Necrons before that time, so I'm just gonna say my, you know, Discord
No,
name.
and we,
So-
we get it. You don't have to explain that.
yeah, he's giving you shit, dude.
Sorry. Yeah. Anyways, she said, Necron, I don't think you're gonna find a girlfriend here because you're more open to philosophical talks, mature talks, grown-up talks. So I think you would find the girl for you a girlfriend if you were in college or graduated. I don't think you'll find a girlfriend here because most of us teenagers are, you know, still like this immature, like want to talk about crushes, about this and that, but you talk more philosophical. So I hope you find the girl that will appreciate and listens to you and understands your ideas, and you would learn from each other. And I was like, it's the only girl that understands me. But
And yet
she admits
She's emotionally unavailable.
no, it's not that. It's just that sadly she just treats me as a friend, and I understand it because that time she was already eyeing on someone else. I was like, you know what? I am kind of hurt, but at least there's someone that understands my mindset.
I'm feeling a red pill tickle right now, man.
Yeah, I don't know. You might keep that to yourself, Buddha.
I know. But I just want to let it be known. I'm feeling a tickle.
I don't want to, because for me, I don't want to see it as a way of, oh, she's just emotionally manipulating me. I see it in a positive manner that, like, at least at least one teenager, like at my age at that time, understood my mindset. Because most of the time, most of them are like, doesn't understand. They don't want to talk to me. Even if I want to talk to them about it, they're like, they can't say anything. Or if they want, they talk as if they're so immature, to the point where I say immature because they're like trying to beat around the bush, or but because she told me this, or because my parents told me this. Yeah, I know that, but you talk as if you're not open to my idea. That's the thing. Like, I can't have a conversation that I like to have with people at my age at that time. Maybe because I think too advanced. It's like, I think maybe my parents told me, like, your mindset matured faster than your peers at that time, so that's why they can't understand you. Like, even if you explain to them properly, they can't comprehend your mindset because your mindset is usually for people who are in their 20s or 30s. I was like, huh, makes sense.
If you don't mind me asking, well, if you don't mind answering, how old are you, Necron?
25 going to 26 this year on July.
Okay.
I'm currently 25 for now. Why?
For now.
That you were referencing high school as if it happened relatively recently. So
Yeah.
I was just
Because my memory is that strong. Not to brag or anything, but I can remember some of the things that are like interesting to me. Even some of my crushes' names, I can my previous crushes' names, I can still remember some of them.
and that's good. That's fine. It was just sometimes when a lot of it come like it's discussions based off of experience, like certain things having happened or not happened, can be relevant. And, having a strong memory is good. It really is. It can also be a bit of a crutch because
I would say a crutch. It's almost like if this stood out for me, there's a reason why it stood out for me.
And that's true.
It may not be the way I'm verbalizing it either.
But it can also... A lot of times things that happen when we're younger can impact our perception of things when we're older, regardless of whether or not that perception is necessarily accurate. One of the... And I'm not saying that this necessarily applies, is one of the dating books, actually, that I read recently talked about how a lot of our preconceptions about how women view us is based off of experiences that happen in our adolescence when we're teenagers, and that even though those perceptions aren't necessarily valid or continue to be valid, like as you grow up, as you mature, the way the opposite sex views you or responds to you can change over time. But we have a tendency as humans to always go back to that. Like we go back to our adolescent, what we know, yeah. Even though what we know isn't necessarily accurate for how we are now. Like there's a big difference between a 16-year-old girl and a 25-year-old girl. Like,
Yeah.
That's the red pill tickling Buddha right now.
Yeah. So what are you pointing out? So what does this do with my age?
So there wasn't anything in particular I was going for. I was just trying to get a proper frame of reference, if you will, where you were talking about this girl who you were obviously interested in, who was not interested in you, but she still...
She gave you a compliment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was just establishing references, and that just because she felt that way, when you were 16, 17 years old, doesn't necessarily mean she would feel that way now. But there is some red pill shit that might disagree with that particular sentiment.
Yeah, it was high school. It was senior high school that time. So, but I still appreciate that at least someone understood how I think.
Yeah.
And
that one. What did I think of her heatsink?
and my mom has when she was also in in high school, she was focused on studying and trying to graduate as soon as possible that she can work and help the family. And during the time, who entered?
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Skander.
Hello.
Nothing much. Just
Oh, thank God. I was hoping I didn't get that
Are
wrong.
you sure it wasn't Pyro?
huh?
No, thank...
Yeah.
Don't judge me.
Oh, I judge. I
know you judge, you bastard.
What?
Doesn't matter. How's it going, man?
Okay. Suspicious.
No, nothing suspicious here. Just two fat guys laughing. There might be cake somewhere around here. You don't know.
So
Are you
The
guys
last-
drunk again?
the last 3 or 4 times Pyro dropped in, like you just did, he came in and said, "Hey," but he had that Midwestern accent that sort of kind of sounds Mexican to Buddha, and he goes, "Hi, Iskander."
Yeah. Not exactly a happy person after that. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. No. Shit. But when he says, "Hey," there's that like little, I don't know, twang to his accent or how he speaks, where it's like, oh, it's a Iskander. It's not a Iskander. Shit. And that has happened, like he said. I don't know if it's 3 times, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 3 times. It's more than 2, or it's at least 2. At least 2.
It's a fuck more than 2.
Hey, my ego is saying it's at least 2.
It is at least 2. That is technically correct.
Hmm.
Which is the most important, correct?
Oh, shit.
Okay. It's like you're missing me.
Anyways, how you doing tonight, Iskander?
Oh, I'm fine. Just putting around, Just doing some stuff
Tomfoolery?
and chatting with some friends. That's all.
Hey, man, that's what life's about. Doing some stuff and chat with some friends.
Also, did you did you finish some of the task, Skander?
Oh, yeah.
It was
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
task.
Tasks.
Wait, are you guys streaming?
Yeah.
Oh,
Everything you say is going out to the internet, so say everything
Yeah.
you want.
Oh.
Hmm.
Can you
No tests. No tests.
that doesn't. Are you guys
Yeah.
playing Satisfactory?
Damn
Yes.
straight.
Let me get into it then. Let's see. Switch.
All right, making the cooling units that will finish that. And yes, it's full automation, so XioniX is crying. Okay, so
When do you guys think you're gonna be doing Factorio?
as soon as we finish this,
Oh shit, hold on. But
I don't think Iskander respects that we're gonna be finishing this. God, they're gonna be playing this for a year.
yeah, you guys have been doing this thing for a long while now.
A month or 2.
A
mean-
little longer than that.
I mean, I just don't get it because you guys keep saying that you are close to finishing and close to finishing.
Well, to be fair, it's more of an I than a we, expecting the multiplication of requirement for the next step, which, to be fair, I should have known, or I should have assumed.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, the what's required for the final stage is a massive spike. Like, everything leading up to what we have done thus far is kind of what we need to do for the final step in this in the game, which, I mean, hell, they want the game to keep going, they want you to keep playing the game, and they're gonna make it to where, hey, here's what's required.
So are you guys still on the same planet?
Yeah, same planet, nothing has changed. We're just expanding now to try to make higher difficulty recipes, which requires vastly more resources and a greater diversity of resources. So it's not like, okay, you just need iron or iron and coal or something like that. It's you need iron, coal, water, uranium. Talk to that dude who's 5 miles to the east.
some fish oil, you know, like
Yeah,
Like,
like they've expanded, or they expand quite substantially.
oh. So have you guys created a city or something, or what? What's this big thing you're doing right now? I use platforms and factories. I don't know.
I missed part of that. Did you get it, XioniX?
I was asking,
yeah,
like, have you guys created like a city or something, or just like more factories?
just factories.
Just factories. To be fair, we got some, I don't know, hamlet type factories. We got some city factories. Some are
So
bigger.
you're just,
a
so
lot of smaller.
you're basically just running dry the planet of resources and
No, we're
contaminating
not.
it.
Because in this world, all the resources are infinite. So, planet's doing
Yeah.
just fine.
That doesn't make sense. Oh, that'd be nice.
A land of infinite resources.
Imagine.
Milk and honey, if you
Utopia.
will.
Yeah, seriously. Oddly enough, not
Infinite
Australia.
Resources. That's utopia.
Ah, goddamn! I gotta flush the water again.
Fucking with my aluminum, aren't you?
No, the water industrial water tank is full, so we can't, or we're not producing. There we go. Pressure release. Now we're producing again. Now we're cooking with gas.
Man, how long have I been talking? Like for an hour? Oh my goodness.
Hey
I
man,
can understand why
sometimes you
some
just gotta get some shit off your chest. It's all good.
Yeah, it's not only that. It's like I also realized like how tiring streaming can be. It's like some people, especially some people like VTubers in the whole life, have to take like breaks because their throat hurts.
No, and I can understand that. The one that gets me, so someone that XioniX introduced me to, I haven't really watched, but I've seen his stuff, is Raxor. That dude has been streaming like Diablo for what, 2-3 years at
Maxor?
this point?
Exan Maxor.
And that's the one that gets me, is the ability to stream the exact same game day in and day out. Like me and XioniX, we stream two times a week. He is daily streaming games, and it's the same game repeatedly, and it's just like, dude. Now to be fair, and he admits it, it's like if you're gonna be a variety streamer, kind of like us, you're never gonna succeed. It's just one of those.
Yeah.
People aren't that interested, but
Yeah, you can
I
go
don't
to.
know.
You can become a variety streamer if you're big. Like if you
Yeah.
get a big audience and then switch to variety streaming, you can do that.
But yeah, no, he plays like the exact same like 3-4 games every day for years. And I'm just sitting there going, you know what, dude? If that's the requirement, I guess I'm just not gonna make it.
It's
Hell,
all
the
about
only game I can really think of that I have consecutively put in that amount of time for would be Chrono Trigger. But yeah, no, I see that and I hear some of the stuff and I'm just like, you know what? Don't care that much.
you know. Well, it takes grinding, and yeah, games. Yeah, you have to love a game so much that you have to constantly stream all the time. And
Yep. And I got no problem with grinding, all things considered.
yeah, you just have to keep up with the entertainment, especially you need to constantly stand out and remind the audience why they watch you and why
Mhm.
you're not like the other streamers, quote unquote.
I'm not like those other streamers. I'm unique. Do.
It's a constant battle, but hey. But yeah, you have a point. Like variety streaming is good, but it's not gonna decrease the fame, but you're gonna burn out so fucking fast.
Yeah. No, and some people are gonna want to, or there's gonna be that one niche. So like, I was playing, or I'm still playing through a old game series called Legacy of Kain. Found a dude. I've chatted with him for a little while. I'm gonna be finishing off Legacy of Kain like the next time I stream it, and then it's like, maybe we'll talk again. Maybe he'll okay. He's done playing Legacy of Kain. I'm gonna go watch somebody else. Just one of those rolls of the dice.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's why you have to make sure that there's a game where like no matter how many times you complete it, there's always something new that comes out of it.
Yeah, no, the closest one I got to with that one is the old game Chrono Trigger. I've played the ever living shit out of that game. And apparently I mathed wrong.
I see. Understandable.
I guess I'll find out soon. Well, soon-ish. Speaking of which, hey, Scanner, now that I got some time, if you want to hear the complete history of the Legacy of Kain series, I'm more than willing to do it now.
Oh God.
Well, one of the things I ran into when he was asking his questions is like, I'm still at the point in the playstyle. Don't get me wrong, XioniX said it, and I agree with it. Is somebody who's going to be watching this knows the game already, so maybe they're watching somebody else play the game, blah, 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 blah. But it's also that like little bit of, okay, maybe there's somebody who's never seen the game before. I don't want to drop spoilers at this point. There's a lot of good shit that's about to come up.
And I saw the time. I'm gonna have to go sleep now. It's getting late. I have work
Ah,
tomorrow.
dude, are you talking shit about?
You want to start talking about some Legacy of Kain? Fuck you guys. I'm going to bed.
I
like.
think I'm about to have some negative feelings about Necron right now. He wants to talk about.
I just looked at the time. I just looked at the time. I was like,
No, man, I swear to God, I'm tired.
Don't worry, Necron. I kind of want to go to bed too now. Like,
Y'all suck. That's all you need to know.
I was about that's kind of sad because I'm actually interested in that kind of stuff.
it is a good story. It really is.
And it is horrible gameplay. The third one's the best. Dude, I said that on stream. I'm not going to go away from that. It is a great story. Amazing story. The gameplay is absolute garbage.
Damn, that bad?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they programmed it that way? Like, what do you mean, why?
No, I mean, like, give me a little bit more context. When you were playing it, it didn't look that terrible.
So when it comes down, one of the things that I have a bitch when it comes to the remake, or the good night,
Good night, Necron.
when it comes to the remaster, one of the things that they decided to do, because it's supposed to be like a grim, dark story, is they lowered the brightness by like half. And so there are times I'm running through an area. I know I've run through there multiple times. And all of a sudden it's like there should be like a door here. But because it's so dark now, I'm not 100% sure. So I have to literally, you won't get this reference, but I have to play Ripple, which is a programming thing you have to do where you have a fictional robot that has to find the end of a maze. And one of the ways you program it is to essentially like their right hand is out and you're dragging it along the wall. So you never really take the same path twice, but you're also able to find your way through the maze. And so I'm doing that because they lower the brightness so much. That's a personal bitch. That's a side note. But one of the things, so have you heard of XioniX called it tank controls? You know what that means?
Come again?
Tank
So,
controls.
So when it comes down to it, like you're moving around and whatnot, like you can't like turn your perspective to the left and then run to the left. You have to like rotate the entire body and then run that direction.
Mm-hmm.
So there's little things like that because where you're playing at least Soul Reaver 1, you're taking on vampires. And vampires, just like in popular fiction, are pseudo immortal. So even though you kill them, you have to do a finishing strike. So you have to throw them in fire, you have to put them in sunlight, shit like that, throw them in water.
Ooh.
And there are times where it's like, okay, I'm gonna pick up this dude, I'm gonna turn around, and then I'm gonna throw him into water. But instead of picking up and turning around, then throwing, you pick up, and then all of a sudden you are doing the slowest little circle on the planet, so you can go look behind you and then throw. And then by that time, it's reviving itself and it's about to get aggressive on you. It's a bunch of little things like that where it's like, what are you doing? Why did you do it this way? Like they make the original game was made in like 1998 and 1999, so obviously controls weren't the best. It wasn't smoothed out. It wasn't thought out as well as possible. So there's a bunch of granted in there. Like, okay, it's understandable, but still, the gameplay trying to just move around and do what you know you need to do can be teeth grinding.
I see. Well,
Yeah.
I guess I will not play the game then. I will
Hey
just
man,
watch
if
you
you want to give it a
finish
go,
it.
if you want to give it a go, I still would recommend it. But yeah, no, the gameplay is not forgiving, and it's not like like God damn it! What's the game I'm thinking of? A Souls-like game. It's not a Souls-like game. Sorry, I'm thinking Souls, then I'm thinking Reaver. So there's crossover where it's like, no, that's what I want to say. So it's not difficult because like the enemies are hardcore and whatnot. It's difficult because the controls kind of fight you with what you're trying to do. So you're fighting the controls almost equal, if not more, than you're fighting the enemies.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's shitty when the game is like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I just know that the story is good, and I would like to know what happens at the end. I mean, did you finish the game already?
I am currently working on the final game that was released. It's not the end of the story. It's just the end of what was released currently, especially because of the What are you hung?
Wait, are you telling me that the story of Kain is not finished?
It is not. It has not been finished for
What?
15 years at this point. Over
What?
15 years.
Damn.
Yeah, they're kind of shitty like that. They never actually finished the Legacy of Kain story.
And that's where some of the excitement is kicking in, because if they're remastering the old games, there's the potential that they're working on the completion of the potentially the last game.
Nah, that's wishful thinking.
It is wishful
Glitching
thinking. Guess what? I am wishing on a star, dude.
Yeah, I keep doing that. Good luck with that.
It's a great story, and that's what I'm hoping for. Is that
I mean, have they announced something about it?
No, not as far as I know.
That's bad sign. But I mean, you can only hope. It's fair. It's fair.
But yeah, no, I am hoping for that.
That's fucked up. I thought that the story was finished
Nope.
already. Then it's good that I never got hooked up with that story then. that will
And that is
that
also
will
true.
have been that will be really frustrating to me because I really like to finish up all the stories and games and stuff like that. So
Actually,
yep.
that's one of those things between me and XioniX. Every once in a while, when it's like I want to recommend this book, it's
Mhm.
like it's a work in progress, or so. There's this one series that we really like called the King Killer Chronicles. That's the
Fuck him,
overall.
Patrick Rothfuss.
Mhm.
It is an amazing story. It's 2 books out. It's supposed to be a trilogy. Dude hasn't released the 3rd book in over 25 years at this point. And
25.
yeah, no, it's right up there with the Game of Thrones book series, the Legacy of the Song of Ice and Fire.
Ice and Fire,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, he has not released a book in like 15 years or some shit like that. And at this point, either he's too much of a coward or he just doesn't fucking care enough anymore. So it's just like it's never coming out. I want the books to come out. I want to finish the story. Is the story great thus far? Hell yeah. Would I recommend it? Mostly. But if it's never going to get completed, no, fuck that noise.
That's really sad. You know.
Yep.
That's really bad on the readers. And has that person given any kind of notice of why he's not finishing the story?
No.
He's playing Elden Ring.
If anything, he was trying to.
He's like,
Actually, he might be. So
No,
actually,
that's literally a tweet that Patrick Rothfuss Nugget put out was, "Do you want me to work on the Doors of Stone or whatever, or do you want me to play Elden Ring?"
no,
And
see, and he might have done that, but what he did was, do you want me to write more chapters, or do you want me to play Fallout 4? So this is even years earlier that he's like trying not to work.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
A dumbass one.
Yeah. Regardless of the poll, he plays the video game. It's happened multiple times.
So it's like he's streaming those?
He might be. I don't know. I want him to write and finish his goddamn book.
I mean,
not be a bitch.
I just don't see the. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if I'm a reader and I'm interested in the story, why would I care about him playing video games?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and
There's a
that's
lot of
actually
retards on the internet. Like,
I mean, yeah, I know. Like, if you're gonna follow him on X or Twitter, whatever you wanna call it, it's like, I'm following him because I want to know more about the story, know what he's doing in his private time, you know?
well, that's one of those little fun tidbits where when he was talking about the King Killer Chronicles, he's like, okay, I understand people are angry about blah 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 blah, but I just want everyone to know, like, the King Killer Chronicles, the trilogy that everyone's actually into, it's more of a prologue to a greater story. It's like, okay, cool, write the fucking story.
no. I'm gonna go play Elden Ring. Fuck you.
Yeah, and so I mean, I'm at the point where I've written off the King Killer Chronicles. Like, I want to go back and go through the story again, but because I am at a 95% certainty he's never going to finish it, even though the first 2 books are good, I don't want to be cock teased like that again. So it's just going to be like, okay, okay. The first 2 books were great.
I mean, what's the story about? Can you give me a little bit of context?
So it starts off with a kid who is part of, to use a modern reference, you know what Romanis are, right?
The what?
Romanis? Gypsies?
Nope. Sorry.
Fucking wow. So gypsies are people who are more like traveling folk. They aren't part of any real, well, they do after a while like kind of settle down, but essentially they are people who aren't part of any country or nationality. They're just people who travel.
Mm-hmm.
And so the main character is a boy who's raised in one of these families, and then his traveling family, his tribe, whatever I'm supposed to call it, gets killed, and he's the sole survivor.
Ooh, okay.
And I'm still not 100%. I don't remember 100% how or why, but he decides that he's gonna try to work his way to go into let's say Hogwarts. It is a school about learning, but also there's some magic implications and shit like that. So he's gonna go to some place so he can learn. And when he goes there, he's very intelligent. He's very creative, like, because one of the things with the traveling people is, you know, singing songs and stuff like that. So he plays a bunch of music, blah blah blah. And so he goes there. He gets in trouble. He stands out as being an excellent student. He gets in trouble. He stands out as an excellent student. It's the back and forth of that. And that's kind of like book 1. And book 2 is when he gets suspended for like a year. So instead of just like chilling, he actually goes out and travels. And this is one of those things that pissed me and XioniX off to no end. Sorry, one additional note. The entire story that I just referenced is actually so we're already in the future and somebody is telling this story. So everything's already been done. It's just this dude recounting the story. And so in book 2, it's like, so I got suspended from school. I decided that I was going to go over here. I got on a boat. I got shanghaied by pirates twice. I won 2 fortunes. I lost all the fortune. And then I ended up in the city. But none of that is worth talking about. Fucking what?
That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so, don't get me wrong. Solid story. Motherfucker's never gonna finish book 3. I would put money on it. Like, I don't know if he's right up there with Gur Martin, but yeah, I think he's too much of a pansy ass to finish off his book at this point, or he just doesn't care anymore. Don't particularly care
you
which.
Never know. You never know. Maybe someday it will be released. You know.
Yeah, when he's dead, so maybe it's already written. So he's just waiting for him to die, so it's like, they can't judge me because you don't judge dead people.
Oh, yes, I do. I judge the shit out of dead people.
Seriously. So, but yeah, that's one of those things that when it's actually, to hop to anime, Overlord Season 1 came out. I loved it. I was a huge fan of it. But then I wasn't sure if it was going to go anywhere. So I didn't tell XioniX about it because one season cock tease like that, he would get annoyed and blah, blah, blah. And I treat my anime recommendations with him as like, okay, I have to get this right. And so as soon as season 2 came out, I'm like, oh, I'm totally telling XioniX about this. He totally needs to watch this.
Oh,
shit. But yeah, no, stories that have either they need to be a story that ends quickly, or they be long enough of a story that, hey, they're like 6-7 books in. Okay, I'll recommend it. Potentially.
But yeah, no, King Killer Chronicles, really like the story as it exists so far, but it's been so long since the Twat Waffle has actually done anything. It's very much, we get the impression that the story's never gonna fucking end.
So if you want to listen to a story that you have a near certainty that is not going to end, but you want to listen to a really good story, King Killer Chronicle, 5 stars, highly recommend. If you care about it ending, don't touch it.
Yeah, I guess I won't. You know, it's kind of sad that it's relatable. That stuff about the author just getting into something and going into hiatus or not doing releases. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but I'm hoping you guys know about a series named Berserk.
Yeah,
You know, it's
I know. Well,
Japanese manga.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
I never
really
did the
popular.
manga.
It's-
I've gone through the series. I don't. Hey,
Yeah,
XioniX, did I get you to watch the 3D version of it?
Yeah, we watched the 3D version once.
Yeah, so the thing with Berserk is that it's really old. You know, it's really,
Mhm.
really, really old, like 20 years plus or something.
Didn't the guy who did or who was animating Berserk die?
Yeah, the original author is dead already. Yeah, he died like 2 years ago, sadly.
Yeah.
Kentaro Miura. But the thing with him is that he was known for going into hiatus and just releasing one chapter every 6 months or something. Don't get me wrong, his quality of drawing is like fucking masterpiece amazing. So
Yeah.
the chapters took like really a really long time, but it was well known that usually when he was on hiatus, he was just really, really idle master games. And it's like, oh god damn it, we went on hiatus again, or whenever. No, and it's like a joke, but it's actually something that was true. Like, whenever there was a release on an Idol Master saga or a franchise, he went onto hiatus. Like, oh fuck, they released a new Idol Master game. We're not gonna have Berserk for like half a year or a year now. Damn, not again. But I mean, it's not the same because at least we still got chapters over years, and you're not getting anything. But
Yeah.
yeah, that happens. It's sad that it's relatable.
No, the one that still comes to mind is I was watching this one dude who was a huge fan of Berserk,
Mm.
and he was talking about the anime, and he's like, you know what? No anime is going to be a proper representation of Berserk
No,
because Berserk is in black and white, and the fact that they're trying to add color and all that jazz, like.
yeah, it's
I'm sitting there, it's like, that's kind of hardcore of a limitation where it's like, no, it must be black and white to be a legitimate. Really?
I mean, maybe it's not about the fact that it's black and white per se, but it's the kind of shit. How do you say this in English? It's the kind of the way they color it is not the same because some the scenes are more powerful on black and white. He's right to some degree. If you put the whole variety of colors, it's not the same. It just looks better on manga. But not only that, just the quality of the drawings is just not at all on the same level because the quality of Miura was just monstrously amazing. It's just like a different fucking level.
Yeah.
It is just not. It is if they try to be faithful to the quality of his drawing, not only is gonna be really hard for someone to be able to do that on animation, it is like no, they are just gonna lose money trying to portray that into anime.
Yeah.
But well, that's the quality he was able to portray. So, damn. Hope you're in heaven or hell or wherever you are, Miura. You're fucking amazing. I mean, it is really weird because it is well known that Miura was a really chill guy, but when you read Berserk, it's like, holy shit, bro, the whole fucking stuff that goes through his head. Like,
People
how
have
do you...
demons inside.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
the-
how
the-
do you mind your stuff, bro? It's like, damn, I'm having trauma now. Shit.
No,
It's
the one
amazing I want more, but damn.
The one that comes to mind is I remember yet again I don't know his name, but the dude who draws for or does Hunter x Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently he has a bunch of medical issues, so he has to take breaks because of his medical issues. So there are long stints of okay, he's not animating for the next little while because of said issues. Hey, it's one of those like, hey man, I'm fine with that. I want you to continue the story as much as possible, as soon as possible. But
I mean, Hunter x Hunter, it's kind of like, well, I'm hoping it's not gonna be the case, but given his age, his pacing, and the kind of story that Hunter x Hunter is, I wouldn't be surprised if she just goes to a better place before finishing that story, you know?
yeah, No,
Because
from what I understand,
no.
chances are that's what it's gonna, or what is going to be. But still, I'm hopeful that he's gonna be able to continue to do more.
I mean, I think they released something akin to a finish, to an end on his personal account. Something like in the far future about Gon marrying someone, being on the island he was born in, or something like that. I had a friend. I have a friend
Gon
that
is
really,
dead to me.
really loves. No, yeah. I mean, I have a friend that is really, really, really into Hunter x Hunter, and I remember him telling me that the author released kind of like a draft or some idea that he had for the future, in which he just went back to the
Whale
initial
Island.
island he was from, and he was doing some shit, and he was really old, and he's like just passing on to the next generation. I mean, of course, it's not something that has been drawn or anything, but it's like kind of like the idea that he has for the ending.
Yeah, concept art, as it were. So
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, they have the whole arc of the Dark Continent, or I don't remember how it's called. So it's like,
yeah, Dark Continent. Well, if I remember, it's called the Dark Continent.
yeah, the Dark War, whatever.
Honestly, if they were gonna make another continuation of the anime, I just want to follow Hisoka at this point. Hisoka, maybe Krapka.
Yeah, that will be interesting. That's the issue when you have so many characters and so many characters that are that really well written. It's like you're never gonna finish. That's the same situation that's happening with One Piece. That's why it's fucking eternal. That shit has never finished. It's been finishing for like the last 5 years or so. That's what he has been saying, the author. And it's just not ending. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think One Piece is good, but it's like, damn it, bro. When is gonna end?
Honestly, I'd be more inclined to follow Leorio than I would be to follow fucking Gon anymore.
Leorio.
Leorio, yeah. No, the one that gets me, especially with like One Piece. So I was watching it, the anime, had never read the manga. All the way up to like episode 300 and something. Stopped watching, forgot about it. Next thing I know, I'm looking it up. It's like, oh yeah, it's on like episode 1105. It's like,
Yeah.
are you shitting me?
Yeah.
No, that's just straight up insane.
Yeah, the author is insane. He is really committed to the story, but
He's committed. I'll grant that.
Yeah, it's just going on and on. It's good. Don't get me wrong. It's good. It's really easy for someone to get tired of One Piece unless you get hooked up. I did the same. I remember myself reading like 300 manga episodes in like a week, and I just got fed up. And that was like 6 or 7 years ago, and I have never been able to get into One Piece again because, like, I don't know. I just got like, well, enough. I can't take any more of this. I need a break, and it's been for like 7 or 8 years now.
No, I'm pretty much the same.
Yeah, but I know that the story is good. I know for a fact the story is good. I have another friend that is really super into One Piece, and he's always berating me because why are you not? Why do you not keep reading the story? I mean, get onto the story again. I want someone to talk about this with you. No, later, bro. Later. I know it's good. I have seen the animation. I know the main stuff about the whole arcs because he has been telling me about it for like the past 10 years. But I just can't get myself to get into it again.
I'm not gonna lie. One Piece to me feels like it is a series, an entire series of like nothing but fillers. Like you introduce new characters. Okay, that's cool.
I mean,
But when they actually introduce new characters, okay, that's good. Bully, gold star. But then they have the exact same characters that you already know. Here's them just going off and doing. Oh, look, they found a new pirate captain to take on, and but nothing really evolves, nothing really continues. It's just
No, that's the thing it does, but it's really fucking slow. That minor stuff that you had been shown from here and there, it keeps going on and on and on and on, and then on some spots he just gets more deep into that, and then you have a fucking movie that is referencing something that happened in the episode, I don't know what, and shit. No, he keeps increasing the amount of information and those minor stories over time, but it's like that's what I mean. Like he's just expanding and expanding and expanding and connecting everything. That's why he's never gonna fucking finish this story because he's just trying to take the story of so many characters, and that's really nice. But it's like you only have one life, bro, and you're trying to make the story of like what 100 characters. I don't know how many characters they have in that story.
and as far as I'm concerned, it just seems like it's an entire show of fillers. So
Oh, never say that. Close to. Yeah.
Never say that in
Never
front of
say
my
that
friends.
in front of someone that is a really fan, a really big fan of One Piece. They are gonna punch you in the face.
They might,
hate
but
that.
I'll stand by it.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Not gonna lie, it does feel like that. But I know for a fact that it's not filler. It's just that that's the way that the author likes to write. But it's not for everyone.
No, and so like for me, that was the other thing where it's like, oh, in the animated movies, they reference this one thing. You know what? I have watched enough animated movies, not a shit ton, but if it's based on a series, guess what? The movie is fucking filler. It's very rare that the animated movie that you watch based off of a show actually expands on the show. It's like, hey, you remember these 10 characters that you really like? Yeah. Well, here's them having a picnic. I don't care about them having a picnic.
That depends on the movie and the anime you're referencing to. Yeah, there are a lot of movies like that, but there are a lot of movies that gives a lot of new information and that complement the main arc and stuff like that. So it really depends, but I get where you're coming from.
I would say instead of a lot, I would say some. Some are not fillers.
Yeah, some are not fillers. Let's leave it like that. Just I don't want to discuss. It's like a touchy subject.
Mm-hmm. No, I remember I decided, even though I think it's done, or at least the recent season's done. My Hero Academia.
Oh no, yeah, but that's 100% the way you say. They feel the same.
So, but honestly, I think I was in like the last 10 episodes of the season, and I think it's supposed to be the final season. I cannot say for sure, and I just stopped. I didn't care anymore. Which is weird because it's in the middle of a massive combat and blah blah blah. But I decided, I was looking at it, it's like I don't feel like watching, and I think it stopped airing like 5 months ago. So I haven't picked up the last 10 episodes.
Any reason you lost interest?
No, just general lost interest. Like I know honestly, I think it's because it's one of those things I hate about one of those like hardcore good characters where Deku is sitting there, is like, I'll save him, but what if you have to kill him? I'll save him, but what if you have to kill him? If I have to, I'll save him. Oh, you little bitch.
That's the way he is.
Yeah, and it's one of those like I've enjoyed the entire series. I think I've gone through it like 2 or 3 times at this point, but I'm on the final season, or what I assume is the final season. I'm just in there. It's like I honestly don't know how much I care right now.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I like the whole idea of the hero being noble and shit, but sometimes, I mean, there are some bad pieces out there that you just gotta destroy. You know, you just gotta kill because they are irredeemable. I don't know how to say it.
Irredeemable is a very accurate way to put it.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, there are some apples out there that are so rotten that you just gotta get rid of them. And if
I'm not gonna lie.
and if the hero is not willing to do it himself, like yeah, I can just agree with your noble idea of trying to save everyone. I'm just gonna think that you are naive at this point. But okay.
I'm not gonna lie though, with your little pause on that, where it's like there are some apples. What's wrong with apples?
I mean, it's just a way to reference, you know.
No, I got the reference. But when you just said there are some apples, that was like, wow, that's a weird way to put it. They are right.
What do you want me to say? That there are some motherfuckers out there that deserve to die? That's what you want me to say?
I mean, I want you to say if you believe it.
Huh? No, you lost me there.
I don't want you to say anything that you do not believe.
Okay, well. Okay.
Doesn't matter, dude. We're good.
Yeah. That's why I prefer. In the case of My Hero Academia, that's why I prefer All Might a lot than Deku. You know, because he was a well-seasoned hero, motherfucker symbol of justice, and he got the fucking matters in his hands, taking out fucking villains and shit. So, fucking amazing. Deku is like, I like the guy, but the whole shitstorm that happened with the ending of the anime, and just nah. It kind of happened the same. It kind of happened to me the same that happened to you. I was watching the ending and just like dropped it because lost interest.
Yeah, and that's one of those big things, you know, storytelling aspect. Okay, you got to keep the viewer's interest, and
yeah.
I mean, I enjoyed it all the way up to the end, and that's where I'm really confused. Like I said, I'm in the final 10 episodes or something like that, and the fact that I've lost all fucks to give is the thing that really is blowing my mind right now. Because I'm one of those, like, I'm a, no. You know what sunk cost fallacy is?
Come again? The what?
It doesn't matter. So I
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's more of an esoteric term, but it's one of those that I watch something enough that I'll muscle through and finish, even if I think it's garbage. It's like, okay, I'm gonna just finish this, and I'm not gonna pick up the next season. I'm done, but I want to see how it ends. But somehow, My Hero Academia just like hit this perfect musical note of, I don't care, but we're near the end. I guess it's gonna be a mystery then. Like, and I couldn't tell you why. I could just tell you it is.
Something inside you just said enough is enough.
Yep.
Fuck this. Yeah, I get the feeling. Relatable. What about you, XioniX? Have you ever watched Boku no Hero Academia? My Hero Academia?
I gave up on My Hero Academia long before Buddha did.
Why?
Because I hated Radio Guy.
Just because of that? I mean, he's not even the main character or anything.
He's around enough that it's a problem.
Okay.
I forget what Mike's name is, but the guy who has his voice as a weapon.
Mm-hmm. No,
he's not in the manga?
What?
You said he's not in the manga? That much?
No. I mean, okay, he's around, but he's not that much into the story. I don't get why he will drop the whole series just because of him, you know?
Because one annoying character can destroy a show, dude.
You know, Demon Slayer is a really good story.
No,
I
it's
hate
not,
Blondie
okay.
so much. I don't want to watch it anymore.
Yeah.
Blondie.
Which I guess the guy who does has the lightning breath.
Yeah. I also forgot his name.
He is such a bad character that whenever he speaks, I'm like, I don't want to watch anymore. I just...
But that's actually more understandable because that guy has a lot more presence into the story than Radio Guy on Boku no Hero Academia. But okay, yeah.
It sure feels like he's about the same.
In his defense, I mean, it's not my favorite character, like at all. But in his defense, on the last arc, that guy is fucking amazing. But if you wanna give it a chance, it's worth it. But,
Damn it, XioniX,
yeah.
what the hell are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah, apparently you've stolen about 300 or 200 cable and where is it? And 800 concrete.
I'm just building. I didn't realize I was stealing.
Yeah, it was. I've been putting that stuff into the pocket dimension.
Oh,
Pocket dimension.
okay. I didn't realize it just pulled shit out of the pocket dimension.
Oh yeah, no, it straight up does. Don't get me wrong. It's part of the reason why I've been stockpiling them in the pocket dimension. But I decided to take a look. It's like, wow, I've lost 800 concrete. The hell been going on?
Yeah, no, Mike. I have no fucking concrete in my goddamn inventory.
Well, I'm about to add more.
Yeah, apparently I need more concrete. I've been setting up a copper sheet production for computers.
Okay, so copper sheet was me, iron plate was you, concrete was you, cable was you.
Holy
Screws are
shit.
still being uploaded.
I mean, can you just
Looks
get
like
more
it's all plastic.
materials?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
so
Okay.
our pocket dimension has limited storage capabilities, and so I'm trying to make sure that it's available. And now that I'm back at base, it's like, okay, just making sure everything's on the up and up. And oh my god, we're missing! I got robbed! It's all good. I just wanted to make sure.
I got building and I didn't run out of material, so I just kept fucking building and wow. Pocket
it's
dimension
working.
is OP. Yeah, absolutely.
7. So close to being done with these stupid assembly control units.
But yeah, I'm kind of good to call it a night, Buddha. At least on
That answers
Satisfactory.
another question.
Yeah.
All right. Un momento, por favor. As you can tell by his scanner's stunned silence, perfect Spanish.
What? I mean, what do you want me to say? Okay, see? So,
C. The C works perfectly.
yeah, I will give you a moment. Are you happy now?
Yes. Perfectly.
Good.
All right.
Good Spanish.
Check one more thing. Good across the board. I might have done the magnetic field generator
I
properly.
wanted to tell you something, guys. Do you guys plan on playing Monster Hunter Wilds? Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
When that comes out, we're switching Helldivers for that.
Yeah. When is it coming from? You know, when it's coming out?
End of February.
Maybe
End of
29th or
February.
8, whatever it is.
Do
I
you
thought it was
know
24th, but apparently I was wrong.
Yeah.
Do
End
you
of
know if
February.
there's gonna be any kind of beta or something?
No.
No
No.
clue.
We do not know.
Hmm.
I mean, there
Well,
there might be, but
Mm.
yeah, I have no idea. I honestly, at this point, they're probably just polishing up the game. Any betas would have probably been done already.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you guys know if that game is gonna have crossplay?
I would expect it to have crossplay.
From what
Because
I've seen, I think Monster Hunter is a crossplay game, but officially, no, I cannot say.
Because supposedly, I told you this before, but Jufer plays Monster Hunter like a lot. He's actually playing Monster Hunter right now.
Mhm.
And he told me that there is gonna be a crossplay. Seems like for some reasons I'm gonna be able to get my hands on one copy of that game. So hopefully I can join you guys later with that. But I'm a Benninger, so I don't know if you guys can teach me the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, in general, more than anything
Yeah,
else.
I mean, we won't know Monster Hunter Wild specifically, but general Monster Hunter shit, yeah.
I mean, you guys have 500 hours in Monster Hunter, so you know more than me, like a lot. I have never ever played that shit, so yeah.
Well, and that's where part of the. So one of the things, I'm not gonna lie, look up look up Monster Hunter World. You're gonna see there's 16 different types of weapons. If you decide on a weapon, please decide on a weapon before you start playing. Research it. You watch a YouTube video, they'll give you some explanation on how to use the weapon, on how it can evolve and stuff like that. Will there be changes between Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds? I'm sure there will be, but you'll get a general idea of here's how to use certain types of weapons. Here's some of the restrictions. Here's some of the benefits, blah, blah, blah.
So you might actually need to pick 2 weapons because they have a mount system where you can switch weapons on your mount. I don't know if that's true, but in the previews, it sure looks like you have access to 2 weapons. Like you can go to your mount and you can swap out a weapon. So it might be one ranged, one melee weapon, or it might be just 2 weapons.
So how many weapons are we talking about here? Like 10,
14.
15?
I thought it was 16. If they don't expand it, it's at least 14.
Yeah.
14 different weapons. And
they are very distinct.
Just one.
Yeah. Well, XioniX says potentially 2.
Yeah. And you can switch weapons if you want to, but usually you would pick up like a weapon, and that's what you would use for that playthrough, and you would just focus on that weapon. And
I mean, but you have 16, bro. Can you have more weapons? Like, what's wrong about it? Because you need to evolve that weapon to stick that weapon to be able to get it stronger and shit like that?
Well, you have the evolution of the weapon, but it's also the play style. The way you attack with dual daggers is the difference. Hell, let's take 2 heavies. The way you attack with the great sword is different than the way you attack with the long sword or with the hammer. When you're actually, XioniX gonna talk on this one because he played with them. The bow and the guns.
But like,
you're playing different, right?
Yes. So every weapon has its own strategy, its own kit,
its own nuance.
Yeah, its own nuance that you want to use for that particular weapon, its own strategies. And it's not easy to switch weapons. Like it takes a bit of effort and practice to switch weapons. And the reason why me and Buddah usually pick a weapon and stick with a weapon is because once you get to a certain point in the game, the monsters get hard enough that switching to an unfamiliar weapon is just gonna mean you die. Like you have to. There's a certain level of performance that you have to have with a weapon. Like Iceborne, very much is the expansion pack to Monster Hunter, where if you get to Iceborne with, say, Longsword, and then you decide, I want to try out dual blades, you're going to get fucking murdered. Because the monsters in Iceborne are so fucking mean. If you are not on your game, like if you aren't playing at peak or near peak, the monsters are just going to fucking trample your ass. And learning a new weapon is
Sorry, learning a new weapon on top of learning the new enemy, because enemies have different unique attack patterns, and those attack patterns will fuck you up.
So you basically you don't have enough time to be able to test out every weapon, and after that, adapt to the new enemies and shit.
Now, don't get me wrong. There was actually one guy I was watching. He was talking about how he got to Iceborne, and he's like, then I decided I was going to play with this weapon. And it's like, okay, either that guy is really hardcore in this game, he's really talented, or I don't fucking know. But I mean, we have a couple of streams up if you want to watch them. You'll see. I mean, watch the Iceborne ones, I guess, more, because you'll see how aggressive they are, and we're having issues. The earlier ones, we kind of just spank them. So
Yeah. Yeah. The earlier parts of World are fairly easy. Even the early parts of Iceborne aren't so bad, but like the first monster you fight in Iceborne has more hit points than the final monster in World. Like the stupid. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say the only monster that I have seen, because I have watched some stuff, some streams from Jufer. Well, he has been playing against this monster called Fatalis, I think it's called.
Fatalis. Yeah, that's the final boss.
Yeah, that's the final boss of Iceborne. He's the hardest guy. Me and Buddha have not beaten Fatalis. We've beaten everything else but Fatalis. We have not beaten Fatalis. And even
so that's why he got fucked up.
even the one that the one before him, what the fuck was he?
The one who switches elements?
Yeah. What the fuck was his name? Like, we beat an easier version of him, not like the real version of him. So
there was also this like big crocodile that had like explosive knuckles or something. That was really interesting.
Raging Brachydios.
Oh god, I wouldn't call him a crocodile, but
yeah. Brachydios isn't bad, but Raging Brachydios is a fucking cunt. He is a fucking cunt. I hate that fight.
It's so fucking funny. You're saying the exact same shit that you used to say about that guy.
This shows that it stands.
So when I was doing Sword and Shield, I wanted the Raging Brachy weapon, and I had to farm that fucking thing like 7 goddamn times to get the materials to make the weapon, and I fucking hate Raging Brachydios. He's such a cheap motherfucker. And there's some people that really like that fight, but it is a very hard fight. It is a very technical fight. And it's the biggest issue is like there's like a 50-minute time limit on the fight. And failing after 50 minutes is so fucking demoralizing. Like it is
all that effort for nothing. Yeah.
You spend 50 minutes dodging, evading, fighting this fucking cunt, and then you fail when he has 100 goddamn hit points left. Like it is so demoralizing.
You're not supposed to know how much health he has, right? Because as far as I have seen, the monster doesn't have any kind of health bar on top of them or something.
No, they don't have a health bar, but you get a feel for how much damage you're doing.
Oh.
And like you can tell when a monster is getting close to death. Like their behavior changes, their attack patterns slow down. Changes.
Yeah.
Like you can get
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, like I don't know that I got him with 100 hit points of death when I failed. I know I almost fucking had him. Like he was about to die.
So that's even worse because you gave that effort, you know that's about to die, and then it's just time up. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
No, it's a harsh game. Like it's in some like quasi zone between a Souls-like game and just a action RPG type thing. It's kind of weird actually.
Yeah, it exists in a weird middle zone, but basically everything is a boss fight.
Yeah.
You
literally.
have like you go into a mission to kill a very specific monster. Like you can kill other monsters if you want to. But generally speaking, you have a target. You go in, you kill your target, and you leave. And as you progress through the game, the targets get harder and harder and harder, and they take longer and longer to kill. In World, it's not unreasonable to kill 3-4 monsters on a map and then kill your target and then leave. Where towards the end of Iceborne, you don't do that shit. You kill your target and then you leave. Like you don't have time to dick around with anything else.
Okay. That's interesting. Good to know. I guess I'll now have a slight idea of what I'm gonna encounter then. Because I got really worried when you first. I basically told the same to you for like, bro, I have never played this game. I don't know shit. The only thing that I know about this is the kind of stuff that I had seen you do on it, and you refuse to elaborate on how to play the game because you want me to suffer on my own. Like, no, bro, I don't want that. give me some hints.
Yes and no, because it's one of those like, how do you give a hint? Because what weapon do you want to play with? What monster are you going up against? Like there's a lot of subtlety where it's like, what do I do in this situation? Well, you need to tell me like 10 different things before I can tell you.
Yeah, I get that, but not even the stuff that you guys are telling me right now, he was willing to say it to me. He's like, no, yeah, you will figure it out. Like, no, bro, give me something, you know?
I mean, to be fair, me and XioniX picked up the game blind. Like it was on sale and it's co-op. It looks like it'll be cool.
Well, and I really
we got a lot of harsh lessons.
I really loved a game called Shadow of the Colossus. And
oh yeah, I know that one. It's good.
Yeah, and every fight in Shadow of the Colossus is a boss fight. There are no little monsters. Like everything is a boss fight.
Yeah.
And I want to say we were looking at games that are sort of like Shadow of Colossus, and I think Buddha's like, hey, there's this game called Monster Hunter where you only fight bosses. And it showed up on sale on Steam, and we were looking for something. Like we were in we didn't have anything to play, and we were looking for something. And it's like, oh, I mean, it's on sale, 50% off. Let's give it a shot, see how it is. And we were addicted like fucking smackheads.
600 hours later.
Yeah.
And we're still not that good at the game, but we still love it. So.
Yeah.
As long as you're having fun, I guess.
Well, and every time we play it, we got farther. The first time we played it, I think we just barely got to Iceborne before we noped out because we were a bunch of fucking bitches. But
yeah.
Ever since then, we've gone through the game like 4 times, I want to say. And we get further and further and further. And last time we got to Fatalis. Now, I've gotten to Fatalis before, but this is the first time Buddha got to Fatalis.
Yes.
And yeah, Fatalis is a fucking cunt. Like, he is awful.
No, I have seen it. Yeah. He's like a motherfucker. He just kept killing and killing and killing all the guys that he was playing with.
Alatrion!
Alatrion! What? That was the other boss he was looking for.
Yeah, the one before Fatalis. We beat an easy version of Alatrion. We haven't beaten the real version of Alatrion.
So is there like an order of bosses?
There is a recommended order, I guess. Like
yeah.
Like you should
like
do
fear
this,
boss, last boss, shit like that. You know, I thought it was more like you are just hunting around and some kind of monster just come your way or something.
No, you have story missions where you're taking on this monster. You have optional quests where you're taking on this monster. Like, it is very. This is what you're doing.
Okay, so the thing with Elatrion and Fatalis is they were extra monsters that were added on after the fact. The final boss of Monster Hunter World was Xenojiva. The final boss of Iceborne was Valkana.
Oh, I beat the shit out of Valkana.
Oh yeah. And then they added this new extra mode called the Guiding Lands. Like, it was a free update that everyone just got that unlocked after Valkana. And then after that, they did another update adding Elatrion and Fatalis. And so Capcom has historically been very generous with free updates after the fact.
Okay.
And Monster Hunter World got several of these free updates. And the last free update was Elatrion and Fatalis. And they were supposed to be like the final challenge for the most seasoned hunters.
And to be fair, Fatalis is exactly that.
But there's another
Seems
monster that neither me nor Buddha have even fucking seen, and that's the final Nergigante. Because neither one of us have gotten to a high enough level to actually challenge the final Nergigante. Even though we've fought Nergigante before, so... But from what I understand, Fatalis is way harder.
Yeah.
So that Nigagante or whatever, Nigrogante, it's harder than Fatalis?
No. My understanding is that he's much easier than Fatalis. He was part of the Guiding Lands update, but you have to get like level 100 in your, like, because you have low rank, high rank, master rank, and in order to challenge the final Nergigante, you have to get up to 100 master rank. And me and Buddha never got that far. Like, we never grinded that much to hit level 100 master rank. So it's like, he's there and we know where he is. We just haven't gotten to him because that takes just a lot of time just grinding, and we kind of.
And I tried to grind for a while. I grinded for a while, but then I just kind of hit a point where it's like, you know, I've enjoyed the game enough for this play session.
Yeah. So, question: do you guys know how many players are gonna be able to play together on the new game? I read some stuff about like 15 players or some shit like that. It
should at least be 4. So the way World worked was you could have 16 people together, but only 4 people could go on a mission at a time. So you could have 16 people in a lobby, but individual missions were limited to 4 hunters.
Well,
so it should be at least 4. Like, I don't think they're going to go down from that.
I see. No, supposedly the idea is that on Wilds they are gonna be able to fight like with 10 guys at the same time. That's what Jufa has been saying to me. But I don't know if you guys know something about that.
Nope.
That sounds nice, you know, like a bunch of people just doing shit on the battlefield with big monsters and just dying like crazy. That's
well, yes and no, because generally the more people you have, the more difficult to get the monster is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The more chaotic it's gonna be.
Well, and like you kind of interrupt each other. Like, one of the things, like, just for example,
So you might kill someone.
No, you don't hurt each other.
But you'll stumble somebody. You'll kick them. You'll.
Like, there's a lot of vitriol for longsword users, because they keep tripping other players because they do these big, wide, sweeping attacks. And if you get hit by these big, wide, sweeping attacks, you'll stumble and then you'll miss your attack. And so there's a lot of hate for longsword users because they just trip people.
I just found my weapon.
Yeah. But there's also like hammer users. They specifically go for the head. And so if someone else is going for the head, the hammer user will bonk them and push them out of the way. So
I see.
Right.
So you need coordination.
Yep.
Yeah, ideally.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
We think it is.
Yeah, I mean, we enjoyed the shit out of Monster Hunter.
So when you played Monster Hunter, was only the two of you guys?
For the most part, Moki joined us.
Yeah, that's
He
where
was
we
the
met
only
Loki.
other person.
There was another
Loki?
guy I played with. His name was June. I don't think he ever played with.
Oh yeah,
Buddha.
June. I forgot about him.
Okay, yeah. So I played with June a bit. June and Moki were the two people we met through Monster Hunter.
Okay. Interesting.
I think
Moki.
Moki showed up in chat last week, I want to say hi.
Yeah.
So
Well, he showed up when I was playing Soul Reaver also.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think Moki might make an appearance when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out. I know he really likes Monster Hunter. I see him playing Monster Hunter on Steam on a regular basis. Like, he still
I was
plays
gonna
Monster
say,
Hunter World.
if anything, that guy has thousands of hours.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, that sounds like the squad's complete then. Let's let the chaos be unfold.
Moki and Key yell at you instead of me.
I mean, I don't have any idea what I'm gonna be doing. I just wanna create chaos and shit, you know.
So, honestly, what I would do if I were you, or what I recommend you do, is look. They have videos about what weapon should I pick in Monster Hunter, and they go over how the weapons work, the kind of style you use when you fight, and they don't get into the nitty-gritty of how to use a weapon. They just say, this is how you're supposed to use the weapon. This is the stuff you can do with it. Like, it gives you a basic idea on
The
how the different
essentials.
weapons work, and it should be the same for every Monster Hunter game. Like, the hunting horn is more or less the same in every game. The insect glaive is more or less the same in every game. So, like, if you just watch, it's like maybe a 20, 30-minute video that will just go over how the different weapons work, and then just pick one that you think is cool. Like, they're all viable. There's not a best weapon. Like, there's gonna be weapons that people gravitate to because they're easier to use, but there is not a best weapon in Monster Hunter. They're all really well balanced. So you just want to pick one that sounds like fun.
Okay.
Basically.
Okay. I guess I will have to check that out and give myself some ideas about what I should pick. What seems more attractive to me.
I mean, hell, apparently I picked one of the most difficult weapons on my first playthrough.
What was it?
The charge
blade.
blade. The charge blade.
Charge blade.
You have to look it up, dude. Trying to explain it is gonna sound weird, but
I mean, is it like a blade that charges?
so the way it works is essentially you have a short sword and you have a shield, and when you hit with the short sword, it gathers heat. And so what you do is you take this sword and you actually jab it into the shield to store the heat, and it'll help charge up the weapon.
Okay.
the more you charge it up, the more attacks you can do. The problem is when your short sword is filled with its heat, you can no longer hit anyone. You'll just bounce off of them. So you have to charge up the sword. You have to hit with the sword, charge it up into the shield, and then once you charge it up fully, you turn the sword into this massive two-handed battle axe motherfucker, and you can do a shit ton of damage. But it's also a slow weapon at that point, so you have to be able to shift from fast attack to slow but powerful attacks. It's a fascinating weapon. I've wanted to go back, but since I've already played with the weapon, it's like there's 13 other 13 other weapons to play with, so I'm gonna go play with others. But I have to admit, I've wanted to go back to the charge blade. And there was this one guy who was like, what weapons say about you? And the charge blade was, you're somebody who loves to read PDFs. And apparently, to properly use the charge blade, they have some like 100-page PDF on all the intricacies of what you need to know to use the charge blade properly. And guess what? I was not that person. But it was a fascinating weapon. I thoroughly enjoyed it, especially after watching some of the tutorials where it's like, here's what you do, here's how you do it, here's why you do it. And it's like, oh, wow. I really should know that, actually.
Yeah, and there's a lot of intricacy. Like, the first one I picked was the insect glaive, which was like a little spear thing, but you like vault yourself into the air and you do a bunch of these crazy aerial attacks. Like you look like a fucking anime character while you're fucking using it, and you just kind of fly around attacking the monster. But yeah, like there's a lot of different weapons.
Yeah, seriously, just look up, like he said, go to YouTube, look up Monster Hunter weapon types, and they will give you an introduction of all the different weapons and how they work, but they won't get into the nitty gritty of, so this is how you properly do X, Y, and Z. You know, it's like, here's the weapon, here's why it's good, here's some of its shortcomings, here's why you're probably going to piss off your teammates.
Yep. But if you're just looking for the best weapon, it's the sword and shield.
It's the simplest one.
Yeah, it's probably the easiest one to use, and it was the one I used the last time I played the game. I don't know. It's probably the easiest one to learn, but honestly, the easiest one I had was the bow. Like, I felt like I was the strongest with the bow, but if I'm being honest, the bow is kind of boring. Like, the bow works like you think the bow would work. You know, like, you have a couple of different attacks, but a bow is a bow. Like, there's not a whole lot of variance there.
Nope, the only thing you add to your repertoire is making ammo while fighting.
Yeah. And they have several different ranged weapons. They have the bow, the light bow gun, the heavy bow gun. All of them have their own ammo that you can make, and making that ammo is part of your consideration for using that weapon. So like you'll get you'll go into a map with like 30 arrows, but you don't have 30 arrows is not enough to kill the monster, so you have to make arrows during the fight. And that's one of the considerations that the ranged weapons have to use, is they have to make ammo. Like every single ranged weapon will have an infinite ammo type, which is stupid weak, and you don't want to use it. So you will have like piercing ammo that you want to make, or you'll have spread ammo you want to make, or you'll have explosive ammo you want to make, or you'll want to like elemental ammo you want to make. Like, you know, generally speaking, like you'll have like a fallback in case you can't make any ammo because you fucked up and you don't have the right ingredients. But all the ranged weapons have ammo that you're gonna make during the mission. So like you'll go put 20 rounds into the monster and then you have to run away and make ammo. You know, it's just part of the process of using a ranged weapon in Monster Hunter. But, you know, there's like the charge blade has files or something like that. The insect glaive has essences, like all the different weapons have little quirks to them to make them more powerful, and if you don't stay on top of it, the weapon's damage falls off, you know. Like they're all just like, I'm not gonna do the different weapons justice off the cuff.
Yeah, definitely watch a video. Definitely watch a video. He's snoring. Yeah, he's fucking out, dude.
I'm ready to call it. You ready to call it, Buddha?
No, we're good to call it. Good night, Iskander. I don't think he was interested in that last little bit. Good night, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Good night.
Even though Iskander apparently showed we're not that entertaining.
I'm boring.
Night, everyone.